We're live. Welcome to the Galaxy Man Show, everyone. I am here with. I'll let you introduce yourself and explain a bit about what you do.
Yeah, hi guys. My name is Emma Critchell. I'm an actress and makeup artist and also YouTuber. My partner and I have our own YouTube channel called Headspace Films, and we review all things movies and TV shows.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions, Emma. So what? So you're in this film coming out soon called Attack of the Cat People, and you play a character called Janet Reeds. What can people expect from the film, and what can people expect from Janet?
So Janet is your typical damsel in distress, I would say. And with this film, we are tributing the old black and white classic noir horror films. Those real cheesy but so much fun horror. And yeah, Janet is one of those real dramatic characters, always fainting. So she's a lot of fun. And yeah, it's a very unique film. You're not going to see anything like this at the moment. So I'm really excited for people to see what we've done.
Awesome. And so for my next question, what was the experience like filming Attack of the Cat People?
It was a lot of fun. It was challenging. We did have a few issues with the climate. Weather was always against us, I think. But look, it was a very fun shoot and we had a great team. We made some really good friendships on that film. So yeah, I think it was just overall a lot of fun. Yeah.
Awesome. And so for my next question, Emma, who inspired you to get into acting?
So I don't know if I can pinpoint anyone in particular because I love so many actors and creatives, and I think just from a very, very young age I was just engaged with anything movies. So I think I just wanted to be involved. So I can't remember someone specifically that I was like, I want to be them. It was just, I just loved movies in general. So I just knew I had to get in somehow. Yeah.
Awesome. And so for my next question, when you saw the cat people on set, what was your reaction like?
I thought they looked very cool. And I also felt a little bit sorry for them because we were filming in some pretty cold weather and they didn't wear a lot. So I felt sorry for them a lot. They didn't always have shoes on. So yeah, they looked awesome though. They put a lot of hard work in to those characters. So yeah, I'm very proud of what those guys did.
Awesome. And so for my next question, if you could be in any TV or movie franchise, what would it be and why?
Well, that list could go on. But I think if they were still making them, I would have to be in Harry Potter because Harry Potter is just my life. Or Lord of the Rings. Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings were just, that was my childhood. So I guess, for this day and age, I guess Fantastic Beasts would be awesome because it's the next closest thing to Harry Potter, and I would absolutely die to be on the new Lord of the Rings TV series that is coming out soon. So whether that's acting or makeup, I think I'd actually really love to get on the makeup team for that. That would be just phenomenal. Yeah.
Awesome. And so basically, next question, what if someone wants to get into acting, what advice would you give them, and what are the positives and negatives into the acting industry, and how do you get over those negatives?
So I guess the biggest tip I could give would be to network. I mean, you can do all the training in the world, but unfortunately, a lot of the time it does come down to who you know. So network is a massive thing. Keep up with your training. Also, another thing that I wish I sort of come to realization of a lot sooner too was if you love movies and you want to be in the film industry in general, yes, you may be an aspiring actor or actress, but have a think if there's any other department in the film industry that you might be intrigued by, because I've certainly found since I've gone down the makeup route in the film industry, I've suddenly got a lot more work, both obviously for makeup and acting. All of a sudden I'm now getting more acting work. So, and I think it does come down to, because you're networking, you're being more involved with production, so your name's getting out there. So definitely have a think if there's any other areas of the industry that you might be interested in, and see if that's another foot in the door for you. Don't just kind of put all your eggs in one basket and it's just acting. I mean, great, still absolutely go for that goal, but maybe to help you along, is there something else in the industry that you have skills that you could maybe apply to sort of take a bit of a detour route into it? Yeah. Oh, and your other question was positives and negatives. So I guess negative would be, it is a tough industry to crack. And I guess you've got to be prepared to hear the word no a lot. And you've definitely got to have a thick skin, because you're obviously not going to get every job. So it can take a toll on your mental health. So be prepared for that, but also don't take it to heart if you don't get a job, because a lot of the time it's got nothing to do with you personally. It's just they've got a certain look in mind or whatever. So just, yeah, that can be a downside to it. The positive is it is so much fun. You meet some incredible people, some very talented people out there, and you can make lifelong friendships through this industry. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Emma, for joining my show. It means so much. Everyone, definitely go give Emma the amazing support, and definitely go check out Attack of the Cat People when it comes out. So I just want to say thank you again, Emma, and it was a pleasure to have you on my show.
Thank you so much, Jacob. Thanks for having me. And everyone go support our film. You must always support Aussie-made films, because we need all the help we can get. And they're awesome. We got some great filmmakers out there.
C, a horrible mutation that goes horribly wrong. A heartwarming romance between a scientist and the love of her life. A mutation that starts stalking a group of scientists on a secret mission. Will they survive? Attack of the Cat People, starring Peter O'Hanlon as Captain John Baker, Jessica Ham as Diana Lawrence, John Gorman as Dr. Elliot, Wayne Bassett as Dr. Fraser, Emma Kuchel as Janet Reeds. Watch. Who will survive the terrible events? Attack of the Cat People. A film so unbelievable and terrifying, you won't be able to watch it alone.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So today's guest on my interview show is this incredible actress known by the name of Jess Ham. So I'm going to give her a invite now into the show. So yeah, here we go.
So a bit about myself. My name's Jessica Ham, and I'm an actress. I mean, I'm a creative, really. I do lots of things. I write plays. I love getting involved with hair and makeup. I, just love being part of anything to do with stage or acting, and recently got into screen acting, which was really cool.
Awesome. So we'll get into the questions now. So you're in this film called Attack of the Cat People. What can people expect to see in that?
Lots of things, actually. So romance, action, a bit of 1940s B-grade horror. Yeah, it's lots of fun.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And how can you describe your character in one word?
Stubborn. Diana is very stubborn, which isn't like me at all. I don't know how I got cast in that role. No. She's just very headstrong, knows what she wants, and won't accept anything other than what she has in mind.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And what was the experience like filming Attack of the Cat People?
It was great, actually. I honestly had so much fun. Working with Sarah was just an absolute joy. She's brilliant, and we had a lot of fun. She really takes care of her actors, so working with a director who does that is so lovely. And all of the cast and crew were just 10 out of 10, amazing, super helpful. I learned so much, especially from the cat people, the guys who played our cat people. They were just so professional and always prepared and ready to go. And so, yeah, it was just brilliant.
Awesome. So for my next question, who inspired you to get into acting, and also what experience have you learned while in the acting industry?
So I think there's two people who really influenced me with acting to go into this in terms of anything sort of professionally. In terms of like somebody who I sort of watched in the industry and was like, I want to be like that. I have to pin it down to Glenn Close when she was in Dangerous Liaisons. And she has this moment where she's at her vanity and she receives a letter from John Malkovich's character, and she just throws this huge tantrum, like she's distraught, and she just goes crazy. And she was just so brilliant, and the performance was so impactful for me. And I thought, oh, I want to do that one day. Like I want to be able to have that level of gravitas to be able to pull off a scene like that. And then another person who really influenced me and helped me to sort of see myself as something a little bit more seriously was my grade 12 drama teacher, who was just so helpful. And when I was just so unsure of where I wanted to go and what I wanted to do, she was helping me with auditions and everything like that. And yeah, I think that's where it all started.
Awesome. So for my next question, what TV or movie franchises would you like to be in next?
I mean, are we talking the sky's the limit here, or
Yeah,
talking
whatever,
realistically?
whatever you want.
Okay. Do you know what? I think it'd be really cool to play a Dungeons and Dragons character. Personally, like I would love to play a barbarian, a human barbarian with like flaming red hair. I don't know where I get that inspiration from, but yeah, because I play Dungeons and Dragons and I play a barb, and I think it'd be really cool, like a character like Red Sonja or something like that. Otherwise, it'd be really cool to get involved in the, I think DC is on the up and up with Birds of Prey, and playing Poison Ivy would be like major goals for me.
Awesome. So for my next question, what advice would you give someone wanting to get into the acting industry?
I don't know if I'm equipped to answer that question, being so fresh myself, but I think one thing I've learned recently is know your boundaries, know what you want out of projects and what you are willing to do, and maybe more specifically what you're not willing to do, so you can make those calls early on and be flexible around everything else. I think that's super important. And yeah, and then just be flexible with everything else. I sort of struggled when I first got into performing because I have a very active imagination, and so when I would read a script, I would only see it being done one way, and I would get stuck in that one way of doing things because I was like, well, the set will look like this, and then the costume will look like this, and then and then I just had these ideas in my mind of how the character would play out, and then getting direction and everything like that was a skill that I had to learn. I think if you can be flexible and if you can really turn on that listening part of your brain and just try and adapt to what direction you're being given, that's a really strong skill to have going into acting, and that will always help you in auditions, in performing, anything. I mean, if you can roll with the punches, that is the greatest skill to have up your sleeve as an actor.
Awesome. So on the next side of that, what are the positives and negatives into the acting industry, and how do you get through those negatives?
The positives are that it is such an amazing place to be. I think most creatives that I know are people who are wanting to change the world and mold the world into a better place, and they have a strong sense of justice, and the way that we do change the world is through creating. So getting to work with those people is so amazing, and that is a huge positive for me, is that the people that I get to work with all the time is so great. Also being creative and using your imagination, I mean, how many jobs do you get to do that in? Not many. So I love creating. I love coming up with stories. I love storytelling and just being a part of a world that's a heightened reality. And then the negatives, this is really hard because there's so much I love about acting. But I think a big pitfall, especially for women, but definitely for men as well, is knowing your image and being very body conscious. I think there's a lot of people out there who would only want to see one type of beauty exist in the industry, and that can really be quite hurtful, because if you don't fit that mold, you can always be looking at yourself saying, what's wrong with me? Why aren't I like everyone else? I'm just a freak. I'm not normal. You know, I'm not skinny enough. I'm not tall enough. I'm not short enough. I'm not whatever enough, because you don't fit that one person's idea of what beautiful is. And I think the best way to sort of get past that, and I am a total hypocrite when I say this because I struggle with this constantly. I struggle with my image. But I think the important thing is to know that you're unique and that you look the way you do, because you're supposed to represent a specific type of character and a specific type of person, and that is equally as valid, if not more so even.
Awesome. So for my last question, Jess, why should people get invested into Attack of the Cat People? What new projects do you have installed after COVID?
I think people should go see Attack of the Cat People because it's really quite genius what Sarah has done. Nowadays, there's so much emphasis on CGI and, you know, all these flash, you know, technical elements. And Sarah's really broke it down and made it more about the plot and about the costuming and sort of the technical elements that they really focused on more in that old world style of filmmaking. And it's just a beautiful homage to, you know, a time gone by. And I think that's brilliant. And I think it just opens our eyes up to the possibility that there is more beyond just what we can create on a computer. You know, we can do so much before we get to editing. And as an actor, that was really great because, you know, I had to give my best performance in that. So I really had to step up. But I think as an audience member, it's important, like go see films like that are different and that are trying new things and that are paying respects to, you know, how far we've come in the filmmaking industry. And then for my plans after COVID, a few of them have been put on hold, but I believe that a show that I was cast in early in the year, A Little Night Music, will be going ahead, and that's a musical theatre. So I'll be singing in that. And I play the role of Petra, which will be a lot of fun. So that will be at the Ipswich Courthouse in October. And then another project that I have coming up that I'm super, super excited about is a play that I wrote that I'm looking to self-produce. So hoping to get that one up and running and on its way. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, can I just say thank you so much, Jess, for appearing on my show. It means so much. Everyone, definitely go give Jess a follow and give her the amazing support she needs. So, as I said before, thank you so much again for appearing on my show. And yeah, it means so much.
Thanks, Jacob.
C. A horrible mutation that goes horribly wrong. A heartwarming romance between a scientist and the love of her life. A mutation that starts stalking a group of scientists on a secret mission. Will they survive? Attack of the Cat People, starring Peter O'Hanlon as Captain John Baker, Jessica Ham as Diana Lawrence, John Gorman as Dr. Elliot, Wayne Bassett as Dr. Fraser, Emma Kuchel as Janet Reeds. Watch. Who will survive the terrible events? Attack of the Cat People. A film so unbelievable and terrifying, you won't be able to watch it alone.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show. I am here with, I'll let you introduce yourself and explain a bit about what you do.
Hey guys, my name's Peter O'Hanlon. I'm an ex-military Australian soldier who's in the last few years transferred over into the acting world. Do a bit of military advising and also help run a firearms course for actors.
Awesome. And with my first question, we'll get into the questions. With my first question, you're in this new film that's coming out called Attack of the Cat People. What can you explain about that and explain a bit about your character?
Attack of the Cat People, it's very interesting. It's a throwback to the old 1940s black and white thriller horror type genres. My character, I basically play the main hero who, you know, goes about trying to save the girl, trying to win the girl's heart, and basically dispel the bad guys, or in this case, the bad cat people.
Awesome. And who inspired you to get into acting in the first place with your acting career?
It's a strange transition, mate. I joined the military when I was 19. I'm in my 40s now. I joined the military when I was 14, and most of my life has been served in the military or military type roles. I went on this short journey a few years ago about challenging myself and getting outside my comfort zones, and I thought to myself, what's the most uncomfortable thing I could do? And it came down to getting out there and trying to be a bit of an extrovert and on the camera and putting myself out there, basically, because I'm such an introvert and I've always had that military discipline. So I thought the only way to challenge myself and make myself uncomfortable is to do something that's, you know, just not normal for me. And that was what I found was acting. And when I actually started doing it, I actually started really enjoying it. And I started getting a lot of roles and things. So it's been an amazing journey. That's the short version of it. But yeah, basically just that inspiration of looking for something new and challenging that wasn't of the norm for me.
Awesome. And for my next question, you were actually in Occupation. I see that amazing Occupation poster in the background. What was the experience like working on Occupation?
That was one of my first features that I'd worked on. I'd done a few short films, student short films and things before that, but basically Occupation was the start of my journey and my love for the acting world. I saw an ad in the paper, and I just said, you know, bugger it, I'm going to go down and do this. And it was just for an extra in the football crowd. And I went down there, introduced myself. I told a lot of the people about my background. It was just this amazing collection of people. And most of them I'm still in contact with today, just from that experience. It was just, you know, it was the first time since being in the military I actually felt alive again and inspired, and just working with the costume, Tracy Rose Spark, working with all the other extras, working with the directors, Luke Spark, and the family. It was just John Reynolds and another amazing man, Alex Beckinsale, like all these people. I just amazing connections that I made, and it was an amazing experience. It was amazing to see how a film like that came together and worked, and I was just inspired after that. And like I said, that's why I've got that poster up there. Although I've been in many other films, that's the one that began it for me. So I'll always have a deep connection to Occupation, and Occupation Rainfall #2, which I've been involved in as well.
Awesome. And so for my next question, why should people be invested into Attack of the Cat People?
It's an independent film. It's a Brisbane-based filmmaker, Black Cat Studios, Sarah Stevenson. You know, she's driven, she's passionate. The actors, the crew, we're all very passionate about this film. It's all, you know, it's all indie-based. So, you know, why not get involved in something like that? It's okay to watch a great big Hollywood film, but they're established. You know, this is ground roots. This is people in the community who are trying to build this sort of thing, and it's just, you know, to be a part of that and to help that grow is just, I think everyone should get involved in that sort of thing, especially from a ground roots perspective. Like, why not get involved in something that's been developed from home? And it's a bloody good experience, and hopefully it's going to be a great movie to be a part of and sit down with the family or watch, or, you know, go out and see once all this craziness that's happening in the world at the moment is over.
Awesome. And for my next question, what advice would you give someone that wants to get into acting?
Put yourself outside your comfort zones. Don't be frightened to be judged by people. Once you become an actor, you're basically being judged by people, and if you can't take criticism, then don't be an actor. If you're comfortable within yourself and you're comfortable with putting yourself out there and you're okay with that, then get amongst it. Networking is a big thing in this industry. Sometimes, you know, it's who you know, and always work hard. Always show your passion. Always never give up on your dreams, no matter how many times you get rejected at auditions or things like that. Just keep going, because if it's passionate for you, it'll come passionate across to the people who are watching or you're auditioning for.
Awesome. And for my next question, what are the positives and negatives that you find in the acting industry, and how do you get over those negatives?
Positives. Positives for me is the community. And especially in Queensland, it's a small community, so I'm constantly running into people that I've worked with before. So you get that relationship building up, and, you know, you're always doing something different. You're always on a different location. You're always on a different thing. You're always adopting a new character, so you're constantly learning. Negatives. I mean, there's a lot of red tape. There's a lot of political things involved in filming. There's a lot of things that I wish people could just, you know, move on from. And for instance, like, I'm qualified on many weapons. I'm qualified on many vehicles. You know, but there's been times where I haven't been able or allowed to drive a vehicle because I'm not qualified in, say, a stunt vehicle training, yet I've spent 13 years in the military driving vehicles. So I'm more qualified than a stunt person, but because I don't have that qualification, I can't do it. So I just think that's a little bit of red tape, and it's it kind of slows up the industry.
And so for my last question, Peter, what new projects do you have after all this COVID drama?
Currently at the moment, I've got a reality show. That's a pilot reality show here in Queensland. That's going to be happening soon. I've got a couple reality shows that I'm talking to with some American producers who are looking into me. What else I've got? I've got a couple of film roles that are starting up, feature films that I can't really talk about. Very early stages, we just had our first script read the other day for one feature film. And I've got a couple of series that I'm working on that were happening prior to COVID. So now that restrictions are slowly starting to ease, we're starting to look into do the second series and things like that. And I'm going to start doing more auditions and that now that things are easing up. So hopefully from those auditions and things, I'll get a lot more opportunities.
Awesome. Can I just say thank you so much again, Peter, for coming onto my show. It means so much. Everyone definitely go get on board, support Peter. And yeah, thank you again so much for coming onto my show. It means so much. And yeah, thank you one and all, and see you all next time.
C. A horrible mutation that goes horribly wrong. A heartwarming romance between a scientist and the love of her life. A mutation that starts stalking a group of scientists on a secret mission. Will they survive? Attack of the Cat People, starring Peter O'Hanlon as Captain John Baker, Jessica Ham as Diana Lawrence, John Gorman as Dr. Elliot, Wayne Bassett as Dr. Fraser, Emma Kuchel as Janet Reeds. Watch. Who will survive the terrible events? Attack of the Cat People. A film so unbelievable and terrifying, you won't be able to watch it alone.
And we are live on the Galaxy Man Show. I'm going to get you to introduce yourself and explain a bit about what you do.
Yep. Hi, I'm Lauren Esposito. I'm 22 years old and I'm an Aussie actress from Melbourne.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions, Lauren. So you're in this new film called The Legend of the Five. What can people expect from that film, and what can people expect from your character, if you can give a bit of details about your character?
Yeah, for sure. So The Legend of the Five is all about these 5 kids that go on a little excursion at school, and they find out that they all have like the element powers. So they get transported into this like magical world, and then they got to save the world pretty much. So that's what it's about. It's a family fantasy film. Character Zoe, she's pretty much the leader of the group, and she kind of guides the rest of the kids to safety and to back home.
Awesome. And so for my next question, what was the experience like filming on set?
It was amazing. We filmed up in the Blue Mountains in New South Wales, so it was absolutely beautiful locations that we got to film at, which was amazing. And yeah, the whole experience was absolutely amazing. We had such a great crew and cast, and we were all like a big family by the end of it. It was awesome.
Awesome, cool. So for my next question, who inspired you to get into acting in the first place?
So originally I wanted to be a singer. So I was singing in the Australian Girls Choir since I was about 5 years old. And I got to travel around Europe and Asia with them when I was about 11. And then, which was like an amazing experience. And then after that, I kind of got into like musical theatre. So that brought in acting with my singing. And then after I moved to Melbourne from Adelaide, I kind of stopped musical theatre a little bit and then kind of just transferred into the whole film and TV realm and haven't gone back since.
And so for my next question, you were also in The Conjuring 2. What was that experience like?
Oh, that experience was mind blowing. That was my first feature film, my first like big studio film as well. So it was absolutely incredible. I'm so grateful for this day. To this day for those people. Honestly, it was an incredible experience.
Awesome. And so for my next question, if you could be in any TV or movie franchise, what next would you want to do?
I want to do more action films. We got to do a little bit of action stuff in The Legend of the Five, which was cool. So I feel like a lot of stunts and stuff like that. That would be really cool to be a part of.
And so for my next question, what advice would you give someone wanting to get into the acting industry, and what are the positive and negatives into the acting industry, and how do you get through those positives, through those negatives?
So, I mean, there are a lot of ups and downs in this industry. I mean, there's a lot of rejection almost every day. So, honestly, like for people that are just starting out, I think you just have to trust yourself and trust your craft and your gift, and just know that you will get there. It just might take a little bit longer than some people, or it might come quicker. You just have to keep working at it and just trust yourself, because the day will come.
And so for my next question, why should people get into Legend of the Five, in your opinion, to be invested in some way?
It's just it's a fun family film that I think like everyone will enjoy. It's got so many aspects that everyone will love, and there's a lot of things about friendship and about like, you know, building confidence in yourself and traveling. It has a lot of aspects to it, which I think will resonate with a lot of people around the world.
And for my last question, what new projects do you have installed after COVID-19?
So there is one film that hopefully I will be filming, depending on what's happening with COVID, back in Australia. I don't think I'm allowed to say anything just yet, but there is an Australian film that I hopefully will be filming by the end of this year, depending on the whole COVID situation. But yeah, that's about it so far. It's
Awesome.
all a bit crazy with everything that's going on in the world right now. Everything's just kind of taken a pause.
Well, can I just say thank you so much, Lauren, for making an appearance on my show. It means so much. Everyone, definitely go give Lauren the amazing support, and definitely go check out Legend of the Five when it comes out. Thank you so much again, Lauren, for coming onto my show. And yeah, any last final words that you would like to say?
Oh, no, thank you for having me. I've absolutely loved it.
One tree is all trees. Their roots intermingle in the ground. A ticking clock, and time is almost up.
I read that these markings represent the elements, and in this culture, everyone is born with one.
Like the star sign?
Okay, we need to know where we are, how we got here, and how we're getting back.
You are in the grove of the earth element. We are in tune with the music of creation. We can manipulate nature, heal others.
Nowhere in this forest is safe. We're all gonna die out here.
Do you really think that 5 children could stand against the end of the world?
I'm just trying to figure out where to go next.
I can't believe you locked me out of here. This was my home!
Where does it say heroes can't make mistakes?
We are not going to give up.
You'll soon discover how meaningless you are in this equation.
How can I ever save the people who are most important? This is the place where things are darkest.
We are live on the Galaxy Man Show I'll get you to introduce yourself and explain a bit about what you do.
Hi, my name's Gabby. I am playing Caitlin Fisher in the movie The Legend of the Five. I'm an actress from the Western Sydney area, and yeah.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now. What was the experience like working on Legend of the Five, and what did you learn from the experience?
It was such an amazing environment, and I was so grateful to be a part of it. We were all staying together at the time, so it was kind of like a mini holiday in a lot of ways. Everyone who was on set, so cast and crew, were so talented and so kind. It definitely had like a family vibe to it. But it was my first ever feature film. So honestly, I was learning every minute of every day. Even just through being on set, I felt like I learnt a lot. And again, I'm so grateful because it was all so new to me. So having people who were so generous and willing to help me through it was a big plus.
Awesome. And so for my next question, what can people expect to see from your character, and how can you describe your character in one word?
Preppy is probably the best one word. She's the typical popular girl exerting power and maintaining an image, but deep down she has this real uncertainty about her, this kind of pull between who she is as herself and who she's expected to be.
Awesome. And so for my next question, how long have you been acting for, and who inspired you to get into acting?
Like most actors, I've been going from the get-go. I love performing. I think when I was younger, I just really liked playing pretend and getting to do all these different kind of roles and live these different lives. By my early teenage years, I got a diploma in speech and drama, and then I started to do a bit of community theatre work. And by the time I was 16, I kind of moved into the film side a bit more, doing ads and pitch work. But like I said before, this is my first ever feature film, so yeah, it's pretty crazy.
And so for my next question, if you could be in any TV or movie franchises, what would it be and why?
Well, to go back a little bit, what inspired me when I was younger was The Avengers when it first came out. I kind of saw the character of Black Widow and was like, yeah, that's what I want. So I have to admit, if that ever became an opportunity, I would definitely not say no. But more recently as well, I've really enjoyed the Netflix series Glow, and that whole world is just amazing. It's got really interesting characters, a great setting in the 80s, and it really delves into the nitty-gritty.
And so for my next question, if you could give any advice to anyone that wants to get into the acting industry, what advice would you give them, and what are the positives and negatives into the acting industry, and how do you get over those negatives?
I think the main one is just perseverance. You really have to just get through it and find the joy in the craft. You obviously have to be prepared for rejection. That's just the nature of the business. So being able to find fun in your work and to really enjoy yourself does wonders at keeping you motivated. So I think, staying at the moment and finding characters and finding things you enjoy in the craft is so important. And also there are so many people in the industry that you meet that are really talented and also love the craft as much as you do. So you really are able to make all these genuine connections. So it can be hard at times because obviously lots of rejection, but if you're passionate and love acting, you can push through it. I mean, even nowadays you can make your own stuff really easily. So yeah.
Awesome. And so lastly, so basically, if the Legend of the Five could get a sequel, what would you want to see out of your character if it got a sequel?
It's going to sound sappy, but I would love to see her continue to grow. Because I mean, in the film, she does some amazing growing, really important, but I'd love for her to continue this pursuit of self and definitely maintain friendships and find connections that are really genuine for her.
Awesome. Can I just say thank you so much, Gabby, for coming on to my show. It means so much. Everyone definitely go give Gabby the amazing support and check out The Legend of the Five coming very soon. So yeah, thank you again, Gabby, for coming onto my show. It means so much. Any final words that you would like to say to anyone?
Just thank you for inviting me along to this. This has been really good fun. And please definitely come check out the movie. It was such an amazing thing to film. Definitely one of a kind.
One tree is all trees. Their roots intermingle in the ground. A ticking clock, and time is almost up.
I read that these markings represent the elements, and in this culture, everyone is born with one.
Like the star sign?
Okay, we need to know where we are, how we got here, and how we're getting back.
You are in the grove of the earth element. We are in tune with the music of creation. We can manipulate nature, heal others.
Nowhere in this forest is safe. We're all gonna die out here.
Do you really think that 5 children could stand against the end of the world?
I'm just trying to figure out where to go next.
I can't believe you locked me out of here. This was my home!
Where does it say heroes can't make mistakes?
We are not going to give up.
You'll soon discover how meaningless you are in this equation.
How can I ever save the people who are most important?
This is the place where things are darkest.
And we are live on the Galaxy Man Show. So what I'm going to get you to do is introduce yourself and explain a bit about what you do.
Yeah, sure. My name is Deborah Ann. I'm a Sydney-based actress, and that's kind of all I do with myself. I just wait around for auditions and then do them when they pop up.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions, Deborah. So you're on this film called Legend of the Five. What can people expect from your character in the film?
So Kaylee is a very independent 15 going on 16-year-old. She is just a go-getter. She doesn't rely on other people, and she has moved around a lot growing up, and so she's just learned to adapt. And I think her character doesn't really allow herself to get vulnerable or close to any other of the other students she goes to school with. And in this film, she really learns to grow and open up and actually build relationships with the other characters, and that's her journey.
Awesome. So for my next question, what was the experience like filming on set of The Legend of the Five?
It was insane. If anyone has been to the Blue Mountains for even just a hike, sometimes you can get 4 different seasons in a day. And it was physically challenging and mentally as well, but the crew that we worked with were just they were so on top of it. They had jackets ready for us as soon as we finished filming a scene, or if we were going for another take. In between those 30 seconds that we had, they would just run over to us with a raincoat, umbrella, jacket, water bottle. They were so on top of it and took such good care of us. So I think we definitely had it as good as we could have, given the elements that we were working with in the environment.
So for my next question, why should people get into The Legend of the Five?
I think it's a great family film where it's not it's rated PG and the target audience is 8 to 14 years old. But I think given that it's a family film, it's a film for adults, teenagers, the younger generation, young adults as well. Like, I'm 26 and my friends and I are so excited to go watch it. And it's just one of those, if you're looking for adventure, fantasy, elements of magic, elements of danger, it covers a lot of ground and it's very entertaining no matter how young or old you are.
Awesome. So for my next question, if you could be in any film or TV series franchise, what would it be and why?
I would love to be in The Hunger Games. I love the action aspect of it and the danger, but also like anything to do with like out of this world and a fantasy realm that's not fully in reality, but it could be. And as an audience, you can still imagine and you're taken to that world where it could be your reality. I like that aspect of it. So I'd love to be in something like the Maze Runner, Hunger Games, anything where it's like you against the world, like trying to save the world.
Awesome. So for my next question, if you could give any advice to anyone that wants to get into the acting industry, and what are the positives and negatives into the acting industry, and how to get through those negatives?
I think in any industry, whether it's creative or if you're a doctor or a teacher, a lawyer, there's always going to be negatives and challenges. And so just knowing within yourself that there is a lot of rejection in the acting industry, and you don't always hear back after you go for an audition whether or not you got it, but it's having that belief in yourself and being able to get back up. And even though it is a personal thing, not taking it so personally, because sometimes you don't get a role. Like there have been auditions where I go in and I feel like I've nailed it and I don't book the role, and it is disappointing, but it could have just come down to the fact that maybe you look too old or too young next to the co-star or the other person they want to cast you with. And so sometimes these things are out of your hands and out of your control. So from an actor's point of view, if once you book the audition, you've already won. Like the fact that you get to bring your character and your interpretation of the role to casting directors and other creative people, I think that like make the most of that opportunity. And if you don't get it, don't feel like you're not meant to be where you are right now. So just to seize the moment and enjoy it.
Awesome. So for my next question, who inspired you to get into acting, and what inspiration do you reckon inspired you?
So the person that inspired me isn't really, like she's not real. When I was, how old was I? I think I was 9 or 11. I can't remember. 2005. It's when the Peter Pan with Jeremy Sumpter came out, and I was obsessed with the movie. I wanted to be a mermaid, and then I wanted to be a fairy, and I wanted to be a mermaid fairy, and I just wanted to fly and like do all these things that I knew weren't achievable on Earth. And then I realized what I actually wanted was to make other people feel how I felt watching that film. And so I started looking into the behind the scenes of all these movies that used CGI and green screens, and I discovered the world of harnesses and all this like make-believe stuff. And so I think the movie that really was the tipping point for me wanting to go into this industry was Peter Pan, and just being able to tell stories and transport people from this world to a completely different world, just even for like an hour and a half. And I love that magical feeling.
Awesome. And so for my last question, if The Legend of the Five could get a sequel, what would you want out of your character next in the sequel?
Kaylee. So like I mentioned before, Kaylee, towards the end of the film, she really does open up and become vulnerable. And I think that in itself is a huge character arc, but just to continue to develop that and be a leader, like she's a leader for herself, but being able to open that up and lead the other students and other people that she comes across and learn to, I guess, encourage other people, that would be nice to see. And yeah, her being able to speak up more and have the confidence to know that her opinion matters, because she doesn't speak much in this film, and that is something that the writer has purposely orchestrated, because she is a very internal woman. So yeah, just to explore more and like maybe have more lines, Peter McLeod, for the next film.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Deborah, for making an appearance on my show. It means so much. Everyone definitely go support Deborah and the Legend of the Five cast members. The trailer looks incredible. And yeah, definitely go see the Legend of the Five these holidays.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
One tree is all trees. Their roots intermingle in the ground. A ticking clock, and time is almost up.
I read that these markings represent the elements, and in this culture, everyone is born with one.
Like the star sign?
Okay, we need to know where we are, how we got here, and how we're getting back.
You are in the grove of the earth element. We are in tune with the music of creation. We can manipulate nature, heal others.
Nowhere in this forest is safe. We're all gonna die out here.
Do you really think that 5 children could stand against the end of the world?
I'm just trying to figure out where to go next.
I can't believe you locked me out of here. This was my home!
Where does it say heroes can't make mistakes?
We are not going to give up.
You'll soon discover how meaningless you are in this equation.
How can I ever save the people who are most important?
This is the place where things are darkest.
Live on the Galaxy Man Show. Welcome, Eric. I'm going to get you to introduce yourself and explain a bit about what you do.
Sure. Well, good morning. Thanks for having me. So my name is Eric James Gravelin. I was a co-producer on The Legend of the Five, and I also played 2 characters as well. I act and I filmmake, basically.
Awesome. So what can people expect from your 2 roles, if you can give any description about your 2 roles?
Yeah, of course. So the first character I play, you will recognize. So he sort of helps set up the film and set up the world, although he disappears a bit abruptly and we never really know what becomes of him. But the second character you won't really recognize. I'm not really sure how much I can give away. Let's just say he's a bit misunderstood and he's a bit of a looming presence throughout the film, and he comes back time and time again to give the main characters a bit of a hard time.
Awesome. And so for my next question, Eric, what was the experience like filming on set of Legend of the Five, and what did you learn from the experience?
Oh, it was amazing shooting, actually. We were shooting up in the Blue Mountains, just outside of Sydney, which is an amazing location, but it also had a lot of challenges with the filming as well, because you're sort of subservient to the weather. And I would say learning to shoot on the fly with rescheduling and shooting with what the weather throws at you was one of the biggest learning curves I've ever had to deal with, because it was really, really informative for me from an acting perspective, but also from a co-producing perspective, because the way that was managed was amazing. I've never had so many back-to-back rainy days to deal with. It was great.
Awesome. And so for my next question, why should people get into Legend of the Five, in your opinion?
Do you remember back in the 1990s, there were a lot of just really fun adventure films like Indiana Jones, Hook, basically anything shot by Steven Spielberg. That's why I think people should go and see Legend of the Five, because it's got that old school adventure feeling that I know I really used to love as a kid. And I love being part of a film that I think gives that to kids of today's generation.
Awesome. And so for my next question, how long have you been acting for, and who inspired you to get into acting?
So I've been acting professionally for about 8 years now, and the person who inspired me, or people should I say, are people like Benedict Cumberbatch. I absolutely love Daniel Day-Lewis, James Spader, Harrison Ford as well, if I'm going back to the Indiana Jones days. All these wonderful actors who embody iconic characters, they're the people who inspired me.
Awesome. And so for my next question, if you could be in any TV or movie franchise, what would it be and why?
Oh, I mean, my go-to one would be part of the Marvel franchise, because I think they've just got this incredible juggernaut that I'd love to just even have a little role in. To be part of a Marvel film would be pretty amazing. But second to that, I'd love to be part of a really, really good thriller or like spy series, like the James Bond movies or the Girl with the Dragon Tattoo series. I love those things. Yeah.
Awesome. And so for my next question, if you could give any advice to anyone that wants to get into the acting industry, what advice would you give them, and what are the positives and negatives into the acting industry, and how do you get over those negatives?
I think to answer both of those questions is to know and understand the word tenacity. So my biggest advice is to be tenacious. And I think that's intrinsically part of the positive and negatives, because you're going to receive a lot of opportunities coming your way, but you won't be able to take advantage of all those opportunities coming your way. So it requires a lot of tenacity to be able to go through those moments where you didn't get the opportunity, and believing in yourself enough to keep on overcoming those setbacks and making sure to get up time and time again to keep going after it, because eventually you get to, you know, be in a film that's in cinemas like we are with Legend of the Five. It was great.
Awesome. And so for my last question, Eric, so basically if Legend of the Five could get a sequel, what would you want out of your character if it got a sequel?
An origin story. I'd love that. Basically, for both characters, really, because the first character sets up the film, I'd love to know where he comes from, because he's actually set in an older time period, which I think would be an amazing thing to explore. But then the other character, who you may not recognize because I don't look entirely human, should I say, he comes from a much, much older time period, back when the forest that the Legend of the Five is set in, he comes from that time period. So I'd love to see where he came from and what made him like who he is and what makes him tick. Yeah, an origin story. Are you listening, guys? Producers, give me an origin story.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Eric, for coming onto my show. It means so much. Everyone, definitely go give Eric the amazing support, and definitely go check out Legend of the Five. The trailer looks incredible. Can I just say that first up? And any final questions, any final things that you would like to say?
Just make sure to go and check it out these holidays. Take your kids for the adventure, because like I was saying earlier, the adventure films that we all used to see when we were younger, that's what I think we've created. And it's important to make sure that we set that up for the next generation. Always give them a good adventure.
One tree is all trees. Their roots intermingle in the ground. A ticking clock, and time is almost up.
I read that these markings represent the elements, and in this culture, everyone is born with one.
Like the star sign?
Okay, we need to know where we are, how we got here, and how we're getting back.
You are in the grove of the earth element. We are in tune with the music of creation. We can manipulate nature, heal others.
Nowhere in this forest is safe. We're all gonna die out here.
Do you really think that 5 children could stand against the end of the world?
I'm just trying to figure out where to go next.
I can't believe you locked me out of here. This was my home!
Where does it say heroes can't make mistakes?
We are not going to give up.
You'll soon discover how meaningless you are in this equation.
Why can I ever save the people who are most important?
This is the place where things are darkest.
And we are live on the Galaxy Man Show. So I'm going to get you to introduce yourself and explain a bit about what you do as a person, and then I'll dive right into the questions.
Hi, yes, Beth Champion, actor, voice actor, person looking for other things to do in this time. Have been acting for about 30 years and started off kind of accidentally. Yeah, I think that's, and currently, yeah, currently doing a lot more recording using my voice. Yeah.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now, Beth. So you're in this incredible film called The Legend of the Five, and you play Dr. Rawson, who ends up as the villain in the film. What was it like playing this character, and what was the experience like filming The Legend of the Five?
I'll talk about firstly the experience. It was wonderful being close to where I live, which is in the Blue Mountains, which was absolutely gold. It was magical. It was magical because I appreciate where I live, but to actually film amongst it is it just highlights how delightful it is to be in a World Heritage Site. And so we were amongst beautiful ferns and incredible forest, and I was amongst people who kind of were locals as well, which was very nice. And we have, of course, we had people visiting us from overseas, but it was nice to kind of go down the road to work because I often go to Sydney, or, you know. So that was particularly lovely. I got to work with Joanne Samuel, the director, who's been a friend of mine for a long time. I actually auditioned for a different role, got this one surprisingly. And playing a baddie, I mean, okay, you can call her a baddie, just playing an incredibly flawed, determined character was something I'd never done before, because I tend to play very nice, sweet people. So yeah, it was a very nice change.
Awesome.
And to have power coming in my hands.
Oh yeah, a lot of power that you definitely had in the film. So for my next question, what was your favorite memorable moment and scene that you shot?
I remember I did give myself a bit of a fright when I did the scene where I was basically calling upon those people who were stopping my character getting to the tree of life, which was rightly mine. My character is the custodian of this tree, the source of all life. So when she confronts them and says, you know, how could you do this? I remember getting a real chill. I remember thinking, dang, I have power. But also I really felt, energized by such a, such an overwhelming sense of, entitlement to what that character deserved. And I don't think anybody has that so often in real life. And I just thought it was an exciting way to kind of lift me off the ground. It was a great scene for me to do it. Yeah.
So, well, can I just say, you actually played this role in The Legend of the Five, truly incredible. What with the whole tree scene, as you mentioned, like how long did that scene take to actually shoot, by the way?
Yeah, I think we did it over a couple of days. You mean the scene where no spoilers, but yeah, with my brother as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's played by Tyrrell Moore, and the character Marduk, who, it was quite tough because there was just a lot to cover, just coverage-wise, and and I think we also had issues with light and things like that. So it was, yeah, so we had the elements. Not only we had the elements in our film, but we had a lot of elemental things to deal with just on set. So, but yeah, but I absolutely love Terry, who played my brother. So wanting to be nasty to him was a stretch. So, yeah, but it was a nice, intimate set. So a very quiet set in a lot of ways. So I felt everyone felt quite protected and looked after, which was great. And that comes from the top. That comes from Joe being in charge. I mean,
oh yeah.
Yeah.
So for my next question, to people that haven't actually seen The Legend of the Five, why do you recommend people go see The Legend of the Five?
I think it's a look. I think, you know, it's an adventure. It takes you out of your. It just takes you out of your everyday, and I think it's a wonderful nod to. I think it's a wonderful nod to fantasy, kind of retro fantasy, in my opinion. The way it looks, it takes you back. It takes me back into sort of that my childhood kind of idea of fantasy, and that's what I liked about it. I like the humor of the five characters. I like their innocence, and I like and I think their quest is really, it's a really just quest. It's a really kind of honourable quest, I guess. So I think it emboldens young people to go see it, to say, you know, let's fight for something that is worthy and bigger than us. You know, let's go look for something that's bigger than where we currently are. You know, locked in. You know, somehow feeling a little trapped or feeling a little quashed by what's going on in the world. So it's a lovely, that's why I would suggest to have an adventure.
Awesome. So my next question, yep.
Yes, I was going to ask you a question, don't worry.
Yes, you can, yeah, feel free to ask.
Yeah. No, I was going to say, so you have an incredible array of people that you like to talk to, and I just wonder, what's the main connection with those people? Are they just they're actors or?
Yeah, good question. So I just love supporting, like, especially in these times, like, I love supporting you guys. You guys are all amazing. Like, the people that I've talked to so far are all incredible, and I just love supporting, and like interviewing is my passion, and that's why I love doing it, because I love supporting, and I love it.
I can tell.
Yeah.
I think it's great. I think I'm glad you do, and I'm glad to ask questions and to be curious about other people is such a generous thing to do, just naturally. I mean, the fact that you want to find out about how people tick is just really interesting. And where are you in Brisbane? Is that
Brisbane.
where you are? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Where it's sunny most of the time.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So on to the next question. If The Legend of the Five could get a sequel, and your character could come back, what next would you want to see from your character?
Maybe she could be better at reasoning with people. No, but I actually would like to have another crack at it, because essentially we don't know whether she feels that she can live forever, and I think there's why not? And we don't know what happens to her, and I believe that she would have the power to continue her journey, to go back to be that, to have that power and that ownership of the Tree of Life, because it was bestowed upon her many hundreds of years before. So she's entitled to that. So I think another quest where she protects it and gets to it is exciting, would be exciting. Any kind of a journey to that, you know, and maybe I just change tack. Maybe I'm a little sweeter and more charming. And that might help. That might help next time, instead of being
fierce. Yeah.
I'd say vicious. Yeah. Love a go at it.
Awesome. So for my next question, you were actually also in Home and Away, and you played the character Rachel Webb. What was that experience like for you?
Well, it was one of my first jobs. I think I did Brides of Christ before that, where I was playing a nun, which was incredible. And then, so going for Summer Bay, I think it was the other way around. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. I enjoyed being what felt like a kind of a regular cast member for a few months. I felt like I was part of that family, which was great. And I got to work with Les Hill. I think that was who I was. Yeah, Les Hill was my love interest. And it just taught me so much. You have multicam, you have people who just know their thing, they know what they're doing, and they're very, very accomplished at that. So, because my journey of acting is an apprenticeship anyway. I learned just by working. I did a little bit of drama school, but then I basically learned on the job. So working with these people who had been just seasoned, who knew what they were doing, I soaked it all up. So yeah, it was a great experience. Awesome. I like it. And I've been back to the Bay recently. I was another character recently. I was on about a month or so ago.
Okay.
I was a counselor. I was listening very intently. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So for my next question, you were actually also in A Place to Call Home, and you played Mrs. Newman. What was that experience like for you?
That was a pretty small role, but you know what? I loved going back in time. It was beautiful. I mean, they have an incredible art department, and it's just so faithful to the era. I mean, so going back into the 50s, late 50s it was, yeah. Noni Hazelhurst, I mean, goodness, some incredible actors. So I just think, you know, just getting to work anytime is an incredible privilege, I think, in this business. Doesn't matter how small the world is, just being amongst people who are your people is exciting. It's great. And should always, you know, you should always show gratitude, because it's so, for me, it happens here and there, and when it does, it's magical. So yeah, it was great. That was a great, very well, just a really high quality series, that entire series.
So for my next question, you were actually also in this film called My Pet Dinosaur, and you played Jennifer Emroy. What was that experience like for you?
My Pet Dinosaur was amazing because Matt Drummond is an absolute legend and an incredible outlier. He directed, wrote, directed, he's a cinematographer, he did all the special effects. So he created every aspect of that film. It was a very small crew because he is this incredible talent who just does everything. And I got to work also with my partner. He played the antagonist, he played the baddie on that. So we didn't have many scenes together, but it was nice having him on set occasionally. And it was an Americanized production, so we all had American accents, and that was a nice spin on that, I suppose. And we got to also film that locally. So we were out west, out in the mountains areas. So again, films being made in the Blue Mountains for us who live here is just such a wonderful thing. And lots more films are being made here, which is, it's to be encouraged, because we have so many great locations as well. And actors who live up here, just so you all know, out there.
So
Lots of good actors.
Yeah. So onto that, who actually inspired you into acting in the first place?
It's interesting. I'd like to say it was one particular person, but I was thinking about this recently, and I used to watch really great things on TV when I was younger. But I also, what I was mostly fascinated with were the kind of insincere and not quite right performances, things that were not authentic. And I was always wondering, why are those actors kind of acting? Why are they being a little shallow in their performance? So I wanted to kind of delve into how you could make, you know, have real emotions that could be presented to your audience, and how, so that was a quest. So I was interested in doing that. So when even though I was very shy, when I finally had an opportunity to show that I could, or learn those skills, I really was fascinated by the behavior, by, you know, presenting true human behavior. Yeah. So that's it. There was no particular hero. I mean, even though I have some, yeah.
Awesome. So for my next question, what have you learned about yourself during all this pandemic this year?
I was going to ask you that. Sorry, I have a runny nose. Sorry. I've learned that I'm quite fearful, and that's an honest thing. You know, I think we are. I'm fearful of, just fearful of things that are greater than me, and of us, things that we can't control. I'm fearful of what, you know, I might lose, but then hopeful of what I might gain. I guess that's the upside. I've just learned a lot about, like there's a fear of, especially in the arts, are we going to ever return to something that resembled what we had before? Are we going to have enough projects to work on? Is it something worth continuing to pursue? Is there hope for us? And so that's a fear, that natural fears, I think. But also I've had a lot of time to work on, it's like a personal project of trying to keep well, in all kinds of ways. So I think that's been a really good thing as well, to invest in just being well. Yeah. How about you?
Good question.
What have you learned about yourself?
I actually learned that that I can actually, if I put goals together and I have a mindset, I can do anything, anything that's possible. And I just have to believe in myself. And yes, I suffer at times with a lot of anxiety. But the thing that helps me push through is helping others and supporting as what I do. And I just I never stop, and I just love it. So yeah.
You seem very grounded. It's interesting. It's lovely. Whenever I see you, you have such a groundedness about you. So it's working.
Thank you so much. It really means a lot.
Doing what you love. You're not second guessing it. It seems like you're trusting it. You're trusting it. So, hooray!
Thank you so much. That actually really means a lot. So on to my next question. What are the challenges into the acting industry, and how do you get through those challenges as a person?
Gosh, the challenges are, I think it was for me, I always felt like I had to somehow know what people wanted from me, and you can't know that. And then it sounds obvious. How do you know what people are thinking? How do you know that when you walk into a casting, that what you do is going to hit, is going to be just what they need? You don't. So all you have to do is go with what you have. But I think when I first started, I didn't understand that. I was told what I had. Oh, you've got red hair, or you're this, you're da-da-da-da. So I kept wanting to, I guess, please with that, what people told me I was. And I think that's very limiting. And you can't hang on to that forever, because you do change. So it's just that what you have is your best asset. And you just invest in that, like you've just told me, you just trust. If you believe it, you're partway there, aren't you? And you can't please everybody. And that's not the point. It's the point you've got to enjoy why you're in a room doing an audition, why you are on set, why, what's your purpose? And I'm 50, so it's like, it's taken a while to kind of have these things percolate in my brain. So I would say you just have to trust that you are enough.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So on to my very last question, Beth. So what new projects do you have installed after all this pandemic stuff?
I want to tell you I've got so much going on. I do want to tell you that. I actually am having a chat with some people who created a really amazing TV series, which they have wanted me to be part of. And I'm excited about that. So I hope that we can have that lift off the ground. That would be amazing. I mean, that's great. What I've also been doing is an incredibly long project of recording an audiobook, which I feel like I've grown a beard because it's taken so long, but I'm almost there. The content of the book has been incredible. So reading it has been enriching to my mind, but I've also been editing and mastering in my own studio, and that's my current project, which is a perfect COVID project, really. So
Awesome.
I would love to tell you that I'm doing something soon, and I think I will be, because I'm going to take your advice and just believe it.
You do. I think that's especially what we all have to do in these times. Like, we have to believe in ourselves and know that we can do anything as a person, because we at this very time, we are all in this together, and that's all that matters. So yeah.
There's comfort in that, isn't there? Knowing that, you know, we're all out there having the same sort of feelings, and can we just be a big community? Which I think is, if you think it's all about, oh, it's so terrible where I am right now, it's like, but we're in the same community. It's just a very big one.
Yeah, I totally agree. Well, thank you so much, Beth, for coming on to my show. It means so much. You have such a bright future ahead of yourself. Never stop being you. So yeah, any last final thoughts or anything that you would like to say?
Jacob, you're very kind, and I just think what you're doing is giving people who are rattling around at home, perhaps wondering what their next job is, a little bit of hope to, you know, introduce themselves back out there. And I think it's a very kind and generous thing that you do. So I hope I'm going to keep watching. So thank you very much.
One tree is all trees. Their roots intermingle in the ground. A ticking clock, and time is almost up.
I read that these markings represent the element, and in this culture, everyone is born with one.
Like the star sign?
Okay, we need to know where we are, how we got here, and how we're getting back.
You are in the grove of the earth element. We are in tune with the music of creation. We can manipulate nature, heal others.
Nowhere in this forest is safe. We're all gonna die out here.
Do you really think that 5 children could stand against the end of the world?
I'm just trying to figure out where to go next.
I can't believe you locked me out of here. This was my home!
Where does it say heroes can't make mistakes?
We are not going to give up.
You'll soon discover how meaningless you are in this equation. Why did I ever save the people who are most important?
This is the place where things are darkest.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my next guest is this incredible actor known by the name of Danny Carlos. I'm about to introduce him now into the live. He's been in so many incredible projects like Power Ranger projects and Reverse Flash Origins. To people that haven't seen Reverse Flash Origins, he played the role of Cisco. So I'm about to invite Danny onto the live now and have a chat with Danny and talk with him about his incredible roles that he's been in. So here we go. Hey Danny, what's up?
How's it going?
Yeah, pretty good, thanks. So what I'm going to get you to do is I'm going to get you to introduce yourself to people that don't know who you are, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Awesome. Hey everyone, Danny Carlos Castellanos. I am an actor, and I run We the Geeks of East LA. If you guys don't know, it's a YouTube channel centered around Power Rangers, and it's what I do.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now, Danny. So for my very first question, you were actually in this incredible Power Rangers fan film called Dino Mega Charge, and you got to work with 2 incredible Power Ranger actors, Ciara and Brennan, who play Tyler and Gia. What was that experience like, getting to work with those incredible 2 actors?
Well, you know, I've known them since before I even got to work with them. In the con scene, Brendan is a really close friend of mine, and before we even worked on this, we had worked on a video before on We the Geeks. Man, when we were writing the script together for that fan film, it was actually a promotion for Power Morphicon for the fan film contest. And I remember talking to Steven Zarita, who shot everything and edited everything. And he told me, what if, you know, we have these two characters from these two different seasons, and I was just like, that'd be interesting, you know. So we worked on the script, and then just seeing them arrive on set is you know, like, oh hey, how's it going, guys, and this and that, and then having to go through the script and just reading through the script really fast so we can get ready to shoot the scene. It was kind of surreal, you know. Because it's like, wow, okay, I'm actually reading with actual Power Rangers. This is pretty cool. And then, you know, just having the camera set up and then having them interact with you in the scene is just kind of surreal. You know, it makes you feel like it's official. You know,
Awesome.
like the real big deal.
Awesome.
So
On to my very next question about Dino Mega Charge. So, what was your favorite memorable scene to shoot with Brendan and Ciara?
The final scene was very memorable just because I knew we were gonna throw a frisbee, but I'm not good at throwing frisbees, so I said that, you know, when you're shooting, everybody's quiet, so we can hear the dialogue. So I threw that frisbee like more than 5 times, just so I think Ciara or Brendan had to catch it. And I kept throwing it off, and it would just go a different direction. And as soon as you said cut, everybody just broke out laughing. It was just really funny.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. You have also been in this other incredible Power Rangers fan project called First Ninja, and you played the role of James in First Ninja Part 1 and 2. What was that experience like, getting to play the role of James in First Ninja?
Well, Ninja Storm is like one of my favorite seasons in Power Rangers. And I remember when Colin approached me about it, it was at Power Morphicon. And he pitched me the idea of, you know, how the Ninja Academy started, and I was just like, oh, that'd be really interesting. That's really cool. And then he asked me what was my favorite Ranger, and I was just like, Dustin is my favorite. I wear yellow for a reason. And he's like, cool, how would you like to be the first Yellow Ranger, the first Ninja? And I was just like, that'd be cool. And then, we went to a Big Bear. I read the script, and it was good. It was good.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. What was your favorite memorable scene or moment in First Ninja Part 1 or 2 that was your favorite memorable moment of James?
Okay, the beginning had a lot of me running, and I did like this front somersault or something. But I remember working with the fight choreographer, and we did some cool fight scenes in the first episode. Working with Isaiah was really fun. The scene specifically where he kicks me in the chest and I fall back, I thought that was the coolest thing. And I remember telling him, dude, just go for it. I had a padding on under the ninja suit. So I told him, dude, just go for it. Kick me right in the chest. And he was so scared. We did that scene like 4 times, but I was just like, come on, man, just commit. And I think that whole fight scene was pretty cool. I really like that with Isaiah and Miranda.
Just like old times.
So now are you ready to start talking? Or are you just gonna lay there in the dirt? I choose dirt. I knew it!
He's an elemental?
We got this.
Awesome. So on to my very next question, on to working with the team on First Ninja. What was it like working with Colin, Isaiah, and of course Miranda?
It was really fun. I personally liked the dialogue I had with Colin when he's explaining to me about the Ninja Academy, and we're walking down this mountain trail, and it was just it was like really cool. Visually, like I just thought it was one of the coolest scenes. But Colin really nailed that scene really well. And Miranda, man, she's scary. uh, and when she gets into character, she gets into character. And it's scary. And Isaiah, he's a sweetheart, man. I don't know why he's playing a villain. He's like the nicest dude I met.
Oh yeah, like when I did an interview with him with Isaiah, oh man, you could tell like first up he was like super like awesome,
Yeah.
super kind, super like.
Yeah. Oh man, he's like the
I love,
nicest
the-
dude.
Yeah, I love the role that he's in. Yeah, super kind guy.
Yeah.
So on to my very next question for you. To people that don't know, you were actually in Reverse Flash Origins as the role of Cisco. What was that experience like, getting to be in Reverse Flash Origins as the role of Cisco?
So, Colin, when we were finishing, I think it wasn't, I don't know what it was. He told me about Reverse Flash, and I didn't know anything about it. I love DC Comics, but I didn't know anything about his project. And he told me, hey, I think you would make a really good Cisco. And I was like, who's that? And he's like, you've never seen The Flash? I was like, no. He's like, well, I think you should be the Cisco in my series. So I was like, oh, yeah, for sure. I'm down to do it, you know? So I went home and I saw all 3 seasons of The Flash on Netflix just so I knew what was going on, what was my character like. And then I was excited. You know, I was just like, oh man, I get to be him. That's cool. I like this character. Yeah, I remember we shot at night with Thomas Wayne, and just being on set at night with everybody and all the lights and everything, it was just great. And I think I only did because I think the first episode where I was introduced, I just popped out of a portal and I'm looking at everybody and I'm just like, what the heck is going on? And I'm like, all right, cool. I know you. I know you. And that was it. That was it. And I was just so excited. And I was just like, cool. I think they put blood on me and stuff. And I was just like, all right, I can do this. And then I was excited for the next episode because Colin said, oh, we're going to do more with your character. And it was all the flashback scenes. And then it was the dialogue between me, Thomas, and I think it's Barry, where we see Reverse Flash just like around me, and that was really fun to shoot. It was a hot day, but it was really fun to shoot. But overall, it was a great experience. And Colin is very visionary, so it was really fun, and it's great to see that, you know, see his vision once it's complete.
Onto that, by the way, with Reverse Flash Origins, if Reverse Flash Origins could come back and you could be Cisco again, what next would you want to see out of your role as Cisco?
Well, we talked about this, I think it was at Nerdbot convention, and I was asked the same question, and I think it'd be awesome just to see Thomas Wayne and Cisco go on an adventure together. I just like the chemistry that we had on set, and I think, you know, these two could team up. Something great can happen. But I don't know where Colin's taking the story, but I think that would be great.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. For the role of James in First Ninja, if James could have his own Ranger team members, like 5 Ranger team members, who would James choose and why?
I think James can relate a lot to Dustin. he gives away that, you know, charisma that Dustin has, and I think he would attract those Rangers with the same charisma. So I'm thinking he might team up with Bridge from SPD, um, Xanda from Mystic Force, Trip, himself, and oh man, we need a fifth Ranger. Hmm. I don't know who else he would vibe with. Um, maybe Noah from Megaforce.
Yeah.
Or Wild Force Blue. And
Ooh, that would
Black.
be cool.
Maybe both of them
Yeah.
too.
I could see James vibing with Leo too from Lost Galaxy. That would be great.
Yeah.
Awesome. So on to my very next question for you. So you actually created this incredible project mixed with Star Wars called The Lost Child. What was that experience like, creating this Lost Child episode with Star Wars and Baby Yoda? That, man, I have to say, it was incredible.
Thanks, man.
Very welcome.
Well, like I've done a crossover before with Star Wars. It was we had Christopher Kamen Lee, the actual Red Space Ranger, in it. Um, and the idea for this happened when I was watching The Mandalorian. When the first season came out, um, oh man, dude, The Mandalorian, it's just great. And um, me and my crazy ideas, I was just like, man, if I can cross this over with Power Rangers, that'd be so cool. And my fiance told me, well, what would you cross it over with? You've already done space. And I was just like, well, what's another season that takes place in space? You know? And then I thought about SPD, and then I was just like, Lost Galaxy. You know, they're in a galaxy far, far away. And the whole idea was about having the Red Lost Galaxy Ranger fight the Mandalorian. But we couldn't find a Mandalorian. Nobody had the costume. The series had just come out. And we didn't have a Baby Yoda. They were so hard to find when this came out. And my friend Steven Avalos, Solava Photos, who's right here commenting, he's like, hey man, I'm gonna go hunting at Targets for things. And I told him, hey, if you happen to find a child, let me know. I'll pay you back. And he found it. And I was just like, okay, we have a piece of a puzzle. And the whole thing is, I wrote this script out with my friend Jimmy, with The Mandalorian, and everybody was, I think Jimmy kind of told me, he's like, well, do we need The Mandalorian? And I was just like, well, I mean, he's a key part. And then the more I thought about it, I was just like, no, we have the child. We can just make a story around this. And then we just started piecing everything together, and then we built this world of like, okay, the first episode of Power Rangers Lost Galaxy starts with, you know, a narrator narrating the story. So I was just like, if I can take that and then have how Rogue One and Han Solo story comes out with the blue letters, that's the beginning. And then the first episode of Lost Galaxy, there's a magical portal that we never got an explanation for, and I was just like, I'll use that concept. And you know, I just put both worlds together, and we just made it happen. It was great. And if it wasn't for the crew, this whole video would have been just in one location, but they convinced me and nailed on me like, hey, no, we should wait it out, and we actually film in 3 different locations, and I think it just made the video whole much better, a whole lot better. And my fiance actually puppeteered the Baby Yoda for all the scenes, so it was really cool.
Well, can I just say, man, it was truly amazing. One incredible episode. You worked super, super hard on it. As you mentioned, the crew, they did an amazing and incredible job with this episode, and yeah, it was really good. So
and then the music and everything, I was just blown away, man. I met this music composer, and he was like, hey, if you need music, let me know. And I told him the idea, and the music made it a whole lot better. I mean, it was great before, but it just made it like
I actually have to let you know, by the way, I've seen some of your other recent videos, and one of my other good friend who lives in America, his name's Frank. I don't know if he's watching or anything, but his friend was actually in one of your Power Ranger videos. His name's Otis, I'm pretty sure his name was. And he was in one of your Power Ranger videos. So yeah, Frank just wanted to let you know that one of his friends was in your videos.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to like message me so I can figure out what video that was.
I definitely will, yeah. Well, on to my very next question. So what would be your all-time favorite Power Rangers season and why?
I don't know, man. Like, I like to say Ninja Storm just because I find myself all the time, if that's on, I already know what episode it is, and I can just sit down and watch it. But I don't know, man. I had a lot of seasons I like, Lost Galaxy, In Space, Ninja Storm. I recently just finished watching SPD, and I fell in love with that one. And that's just me rewatching. But I don't know, man. I always go to Ninja Storm. Ninja Storm has always been my favorite.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. Who would be your all-time favorite Power Rangers villain and why?
Villain?
Yeah.
Astronema, hands down. Astronema almost conquered the whole universe, and that's the closest any villain from Power Rangers ever gotten. She literally had other alien leaders working for her as she was taking over just Earth, and that was cool. And till this day, I mean, like, she basically succeeded with creating the Psycho Rangers, and Psycho Rangers did kill one of the Pink Rangers, so they actually succeeded in destroying a Power Ranger, and that's the closest any villain's ever gotten.
Oh yeah. Well, on to my very next question for you. So who inspired you as a person to get into acting in the first place?
As a kid, I've always loved acting. I did acting since I was in 4th grade. Watching kid actors that were my age, those were my inspirations. So like Home Alone, I was just like, I want to be that kid. And nowadays, one of the actors that I admire a lot, and that's only because I got to sat down with him and talk, was Nicolas Cage. And that's why he's America's national treasure. He's one of my favorites. Christoph Waltz, Johnny Depp, Leonardo DiCaprio, all these actors, just seeing their work on the screen it's something that motivates me, and I'm just like, if they can motivate me, they're doing something great. That's admirable, As an actor, you're acting, and if you move your audience, you're doing something great, So I have a lot of people I look up to.
Don't we all? Don't we all?
Yeah.
So that's my very next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person during COVID this year?
I've learned that I can't do anything on my own. I have, as a creator, you always want to be in control, and you want to create, but I've learned that with, you know, just being stuck at home, I can't do it alone. You know, I I need my friends, my family, to help me. You know, like The Lost Child, that was during COVID, um, and it was just me talking to my friends and my family, like, hey, I really want to do this. It's scary right now. So we all wore our masks and out there and just we went out there and we just did magic, you know. Um, but you know, if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have been able to even do this video. Um, and so I've learned that I have to cherish and care for the people that are there for me. Um, and without them, you know, I wouldn't be doing what I love, you know.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. If you could be in any TV or movie franchise, what TV or movie franchise would you want to be in and why?
Power Rangers is one of them. um, why? Because, sorry, that's my dog.
So good.
So, I think Power Rangers won because it's a season I love, and it's a season that a lot of people connect to. And I see most of my friends that are Power Rangers and the way they connect with their fans, and that's something that you don't see every day. You know, you don't see that with most of Hollywood actors because they just have nowhere to do that, you know? There's that. I don't know, man. If the opportunity opens to anything, I you know, love that opportunity. And yeah. I mean, there's a lot of great TV shows and films out there, you know. It's just, I don't know, you know, if I was given the opportunity, I'd take it.
Yeah. Nah. So on to my very next question. What are the positives and negatives into the acting industry, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
Ah, man, the positive things about the industry is, you know, you get to meet people. And that's one of the greatest things I've learned in this industry is that you meet people from all around the world that have the same passion that you do. And, you know, you rarely get to meet people that are into the same things you are. And this is like a lot of creative people, and it's just, it opens a lot of opportunities too, you know, and that's a great thing about this industry. The negative things about this industry is, you know, you get these opportunities, you audition, and sometimes you don't get the part. And a lot of actors, friends that I know, really beat themselves up about it, but you got to learn to accept defeat and learn to overcome it by seeing what didn't work. And it doesn't mean give up. It just means work harder. But you know, sometimes you run into the genre of getting typecasted. Oh, you only fit this character, you know. You have a certain look, so you're going to be this character. And I think that's really not okay in this industry. But you as an actor, you have to learn to overcome that and challenge yourself not to be that character and go out for the extraordinary, you know? But this industry is full of ups and downs, you know, just like anything else. And it's just up to you to overcome those challenges.
Awesome. So on to my very last question. What's next for you, like project-wise, if you would like to announce on the show?
I mean, we're currently working on a new project that has to do with SPD. It's going to be another crossover. I believe Ranger History Class is a podcast. We announced it there when we talked about The Lost Child. It's actually going to be Power Rangers SPD versus the Predator. So that's something we're working on, and we're getting hit a lot with a lot of walls just because of everything going on in the world, but we're slowly getting there. It's a work in progress. But that's one of the biggest projects we're working on right now.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Danny, for taking the time to come on my show. It meant a lot. Everyone, whoever hasn't seen Danny's work, he's truly one incredible actor and person. So keep up the amazing work, Danny. Any last final thoughts or anything that you would like to say to people?
I mean, check out the fan films. Check out the fan films, you know. Follow the Galaxy Man show if you haven't, because, you know, I have some of my viewers here, and, you know, he's up to some great stuff, and, you know, just help support the community.
Awesome. Thank you. Hello one and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my first guest today is this incredible actor known by the name of Brandon Mello. He's Peter Parker, aka Spider-Man, in Spider-Man of Monsters from Mount Haddon. So I'm about to give Brandon an add into the live now and have a chat with Brandon.
Hey.
Hey Brandon, what's up?
How's it going? How's it going?
Yeah, pretty good.
Hey, it's sorry, I've been it's been a super long day, so sorry for being
fine.
too
So
Cool.
what I'm going to get, thank you for coming onto my show, by the way, it means a lot. So what I'm going to get you to do first is I'm going to get you to introduce yourself and explain a bit about what you do, and then I'm going to dive right into questions.
Yeah, so basically I'm an actor, director, producer. I've worked on a few different projects. Right now I'm currently working on Spider-Man and the Monsters in Manhattan. We put up an Indiegogo, so we're just crowdfunding the rest of the project. This project is, you know, made by fans for fans.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now. So for my first question, as you mentioned, you're in this new film series that's going to be released soon called Spider-Man of Monsters of Manhattan. What can people expect to see from your Spider-Man in general?
Yeah, I guess my interpretation of the character is something a little bit closer to the source material. It's based off of the Ultimate Comics for the most part. But what we really wanted to accomplish was basically make an amalgamation of everything that we love about Spider-Man. We took little bits and pieces from Spider-Man PS4, took a little bit from the Raimi films, even the Andrew Garfield films, and we were just heavily influenced by a bunch of different things. So yeah, I guess just it's just a little bit campier and closer to the comics, and something that's just really fun for the fans.
Awesome. So for my next question, you were actually in this other Spider-Man film that you guys made called The Web of Spider-Man. What was that like, creating that?
Yeah, basically I was 16 at the time, and I really wanted to create like a Spider-Man fan film. And I guess at the time I was in the indie scene, and a good portion of indie filmmakers are just like, oh, let's make something deep and dark, and because everyone's coming right out of film school. And I guess I was just kind of brought into that crowd, and that's basically how the Web of Spider-Man was created. Is everyone, when they're coming right out of college, they're all like, oh, let's make something deep and dark and really philosophical. So basically that was the creation of the Web of Spider-Man. It was just like, oh, let's see what we can do with a darker take of the character. But that's really why this project is so important to me, is because I feel like finally I'm getting the chance to really play Spider-Man, because I felt like that last interpretation was kind of, it was basically Batman, but with a Spider-Man skin on. So we wanted to really stay true to the character in this version of the series.
Awesome. So for my next question, with Spiders of Manhattan, what makes your Spider-Man so different from other portrayals of the actors who played Spider-Man before you in this series of yours? And what can you tell people about the Indiegogo?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I guess it's really my interpretation isn't necessarily I guess what we're really trying to do here, it's closer to like Captain America: The Winter Soldier, where the character of Captain America doesn't change. It's not like Man of Steel, where we're trying to make a different world and making a different version of the character and seeing how that reflects onto the character. What we're really trying to do is put this character that we all know and love, Spider-Man, basically stay true to the comics and put him in a different world, a different atmosphere, something closer to something that mirrors today's society, where they're like basically anti-mutant protesters, where people are just having enough of these superpowered beings just going around and destroying property and all of that. And Wilson Fisk's big scheme, because he's running for mayor, is to basically put this rigged scenario where he goes to City Hall and he puts a dangerous mutant, Scorpion, into the gala, seeing all of the chaos that occurs. Really, my character is just trying to, what we were trying to do while crafting the character was trying to stay as true to the source material as possible, so something closer to the Ultimate Comics, and trying to just trying to tell just a really good story. What we were really heavily focused on while making the character, though, at its root, was just making a cool interpretation and really relying on the Aunt May and Peter Parker storyline, because I thought it was really important to me to really tell like a good mother and son story, because I felt like that really resonated with me while we were writing, and I guess a little bit more of a focus on that. But in terms of the Indiegogo, I guess what specifically would you like to know about that?
Like, where can people find it? So you can get people that want to send money in to you guys if they want.
I guess the easiest way to find it is you can see it on my Instagram page, _ Brandon Mello. The link is in my bio. Made it super convenient for anyone to click on it. Other influencers have been posting about it. I think at some point today, Kevin Porter is going to be posting about it, who plays Batman on all of the Bat in the Sun stuff. And then another convenient place is just going on Indiegogo and typing in Spider-Man. It's literally the first thing that pops up. So yeah, it's around. It's around.
Awesome. So for my next question, who would actually be your all-time favorite Spider-Man actor that's portrayed Spider-Man?
Oh, that's a good question. Oof. I grew up on the Tobey Maguire films. I think. Oof, that's rough. It's a tough question. Yeah, honestly, I think I have to go with Tobey Maguire. I guess it's just the nostalgia factor for me. I think because I grew up on him and he was one of the biggest influences on like me as a human being, just being the good, he taught me like a good portion of my morals that I live up to. And I mean, we're literally using the Sam Raimi costume in the Spider-Man series. So we kind of just wanted to make something super classic. So he just heavily influenced us. I mean, the series literally takes place in 2010 because we wanted to kind of have some of that nostalgia factor. And we also have like Pear phones and stuff like that in the series, which is from iCarly and Victoria. So it's kind of a bunch of nostalgia just thrown into this show. And yeah.
Awesome. So for my next question, you were actually in this other series called The Order of Wills, a Star Wars story.
Oh, yeah.
What was that experience like for you?
Oh, yeah, that was my buddy John. He I guess he just, I think one of the actors dropped out or something, and he was just like, oh, I guess I'll hit up Brandon. So that was really an interesting experience. So it was all like put together last minute, and they brought me onto set, tried out wardrobe, and then I got to explore the Star Wars universe for a little bit. And it was just really interesting. We did a bunch of rehearsals, figuring out how to hold the lightsabers appropriately, went through the choreography. So it was interesting. It wasn't too like dialogue heavy. So I had some fun playing around with the character and kind of taking it from there. But it was just a really cool, interesting experience to play a Jedi. But yeah, it was just fun. Something fun to do, like over some time. I don't know.
Awesome. So for my next question, who actually inspired you to get into acting in the first place?
Well, I started off in the modeling industry when I was like 8 years old. And then over time, really it was Spider-Man. Going to the theaters and seeing, at the time I was 7, so seeing Spider-Man 3 in theaters, I guess what really inspired me was seeing the emotional impact that Spider-Man had on me, and wanting to give that experience to other people, like being able to inspire someone. I thought was really interesting, and I didn't realize how important film is to people. Like after experiencing it, I was just like, oh God, like this is, you know, a cool emotional experience, and I understand how much like films can really resonate with people. And just over time, I started really, you know, delving into behind the scenes and how, you know, films were made, and I just thought it was so interesting, you know, that you can go on a journey with, you know, a character for 2 hours, and now we're in the world of like, you know, television, so you can be with a character for 12, 15 hours. And I guess that I think that's really important to influence people appropriately and tell good stories. So I guess it wasn't just one thing, it was just like just the concept itself really inspired me. And I guess that's what I really enjoy, is just being able to tell stories that can, you know, help someone get out of a dark time, or, you know, help someone motivate someone, because film is just, you know, used for different purposes. So I guess it's really just dependent on the story. I guess that's why I attach myself to different projects, is whether or not the screenplay itself, the blueprint of the film, it like resonates with me, whether or not the story is good or not. So I am an actor, but I am also very picky with the projects that I attach myself to now. So yeah, hopefully that answered your question. I did ramble a little bit, but
No, you were fine. Awesome. So for my next question, what have you actually learned about yourself during COVID this year?
What did I learn about myself? A lot. I guess the main thing that we were doing during COVID was really we had the extra time to work on the screenplay, and that's when we were able to, I guess, learn more about business and marketing at the time. My business partner, Alex, we were just diving deep into reaching out to influencers, because I started off on really where my career really took off was when I was on Vine for a little bit, and I just kept getting a ton of attraction and stuff like that. So while I was on Vine, I learned a ton about marketing and stuff like that, and I got to put it to good use over the COVID time, so we could start reaching out to other influencers and kind of using that to get people onto the project. And that's how we got Kevin Porter and Meg Nutt and all of these other influencers. So I guess I didn't really learn anything too deep. I just learned new tricks and stuff, and kept progressing. I guess I kind of just studied a little bit more. It's kind of what I do when I have downtime. I just kind of keep trying to be a better, you know, filmmaker and actor, and always studying, never take a day off.
Awesome. So for my next question, if you could be in any movie or TV franchise currently, what would it be and why?
Oh, I love The Boys right now. I certainly would love to be a part of that whole thing. I think that's just such a interesting world, that I feel like it's an atmosphere that not too many other shows really dive deep into. Yeah, I think it would just be really interesting to do some character work in that atmosphere, because it's like borderline, it's like a dark comedy, and I feel like that's really fascinating, because the superhero genre has never really tackled that. I mean, kind of did with Deadpool, but like while watching Deadpool, you have a full understanding that this is like a comedy, just it's meant to make you laugh. The Boys, like it makes you feel all these different types of emotions. It can make you feel uncomfortable with Homelander, but then it could be like really sweet with the love story that's going on right now. So with Starlight and stuff. So yeah, I would love to be a part of The Boys. I got asked that question yesterday too, and I was just like, dude, that's when I figured out, I was like, I want to be a part of The Boys.
Nice. So for my next question, so what are the positives and negatives into the acting industry, and how do you get through those negatives?
I guess it's really just the I guess it's just I never really perceived well, the film industry has a lot of negatives in terms of just like, I guess the film industry revolves around problem solving a good portion of the time. You know, there's always going to be an issue. I never really perceive it to be necessarily a negative. You kind of just accept the situation. You kind of just have to keep moving on. That's kind of what you have to do when you're a filmmaker. You don't, I guess the biggest thing for me right now is just like, I really haven't had any emotional reactions when it comes to like any of the issues that come on set. I guess we just kind of have to stay focused and have to keep moving on. So I guess it's really just dependent on each person kind of perceives, I guess, I mean, to me, it's like, oh, there's a problem on set, we have to fix it right now. But to other people, they're like, this is the worst thing in the world. I don't know how to fix this. So I guess it's really just dependent on how you perceive what a negative is. I guess I've been kind of just seeing everything as a positive recently because, you know, with this whole project, I mean, it's really just the next step for me. So I haven't really been seeing any negatives. I've kind of just been seeing the positives in most situations when it comes to filmmaking and acting in all of these scenarios. I guess the biggest negative is right now we don't have too much money to make this, but that's about it. We're kind of doing this on a shoestring budget, and when you're on these larger sets, I guess the biggest thing is budget can really help you with having more time on set to really fully, you know, go into everything. While right now we're kind of just on a shoestring budget, so we kind of don't have too much time to really fully explore some of these scenarios. All of our prep time is done in advance before we hop on set. But yeah, hopefully all of that tracks and makes sense. I rambled a little bit.
So for my very last question, Brandon. So with any new projects, like apart from Spider-Man, what new projects are you currently wanting to work on next?
Like that I'm currently working on, or that I'm working on a few different things. One of them I did sign an NDA for, so I can't talk about. But it's a cool like little thing that it's a series. That's all I can say. I'm working on a series that's getting funding right now. So I can't talk too much about it, but I'm working on a few different things, a few short films as well. Yeah, I guess a lot of stuff that I can't talk about.
So good.
But yeah, I'm working on other things.
Well, can I just say thank you so much, Brandon, for coming onto my show. It really means a lot. Yeah, I just wanted to say it was such a pleasure having you on my show. Any last final thoughts that you would like to say?
I guess for other filmmakers that are watching this, I guess when you do get hit with hard times, just keep pushing through, because that's the biggest thing. Is if you have a passion for filmmaking, just keep going through, because there's always going to be hard times. But if you have a passion, a desire to become a filmmaker, no matter what happens, just keep pushing through, because hard times will hit, but you'll become stronger for it if you keep moving forward.
Hello one and all, welcome to another Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my next guest is this incredible actress known by the name of Whitney Duff. She was in Sheborg Massacre as a character named Dylan. And also she was in this called Nova Star, and she plays a space pirate in Nova Star. So I'm about to give Whitney an add into the live now, and yeah, have a chat with Whitney. Hello.
Hello, how are you today?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Excellent news. Sorry, I was trying to, like, my laptop apparently doesn't have the updated Instagram, so I was like, what's going on here? I'm on my phone.
It's all good. So what I'm going to get you to do, Whitney, I'm going to get you to introduce yourself and explain a bit about what you do, and then I'm going to dive right into the question.
Sure, sounds good. Hello, everyone. My name is Whitney Duff, and I am an Australian actress, producer, fire performer, try to be all-round general creative person. Hey.
So we'll dive right into the questions now. So you were in this incredible film called Sheepdog Massacre, and you played a character named Dylan. What was it like?
I did.
What was it like filming that?
It was, I think, still to this day, one of the best acting experiences I've had thus far, because it was so full of energy and it was fun, and I got to work with some really cool people who have remained close friends to this day. So I met a lot of people that I've worked with on multiple occasions, and that's always really nice. I loved it because we just instantly became a family. And so every day on set, I was like, this is fantastic. I'm with my friends. We're like a family. We all are helping each other out. And another big thing for me was it was the first time that I had performed my own stunts. So I got to learn some stunts through stunt coordinator and some wrestlers we had on board, and I found that very exhilarating. Like, I'm a bit of a daredevil, so I was just like, yes, throw me around, yes, tell me out, like, put me on the van, yes, I will jump off anything, and I'll give anything a go, really. It was so much fun.
Awesome. So on to the next question. What was your favorite memorable moment of Dylan?
I think, well, I don't know if it was like in a particular scene or in between takes, but my favorite moment with her was allowing myself to be as cheeky and silly and kind of a little bit cocky as her, like a bit sarcastic, which I found really, really fun. And then with that, I was able to continue that sort of sass in between takes with all the ad lib and you know, silliness with my co-star Daisy Masterman. And so we would just find ourselves in stitches of laughter on so many occasions. And again, it just you know, just ensured that we were having so much fun each time we're on set. So I think Dylan, like playing Dylan, gave me permission to do that, to just embrace all the fun and silliness of it. And I loved that. It was energizing.
Awesome. Well, on to the next question. If you could change one thing about Dylan, what would it be?
What would it be? Sorry, cut out at the end.
To change like one thing about Dylan in Sheepdog Massacre, what would it be, and why?
Silly. I don't know why this just came to my mind. Like silly, very silly. But like I think a part of me almost wanted her to like join forces with the Sheeborg. I absolutely loved the Sheeborg, and I adore Emma Louise Wilson, who played the Sheeborg, and so I thought that she was really cool, like the costuming and the style, and in her own way, she was a bit of a, you know, a rebel in her own right, which, you know, Dylan was a rebel. And so I wanted them to join forces and have more, well, at least more screen time together.
So on to the next question. You are actually also in this new film coming out soon, Nova Star.
Yeah.
Tell people about that and about your character, your space pirate.
Yeah, so Nova Star is another film by Daniel Armstrong from Strongman Pictures. Another like sci-fi, you know, comedy, still like probably less horror in this one, but definitely, you know, has the action sequences and stuff. Has the same sort of, you know, 80s B-grade vibe. So, you know, it's very bright, very colorful, very quirky, very retro. So it's got a really, really funky color palette and style to it. So I think it, you know, it's pretty much, another evil space queen or something wants to steal this star and use it to throw or flush the whole cosmos into this black hole or something. And so the lead Mac with her little sidekick Spanners are trying to prevent that from happening, because Mac got a bit of the star in her forehead, so has the powers or something with it. So my character, the infamous space pirate Rom, I think was, initially just setting out to steal it for money, for power, for whatever. She's all about that. But along the way finds herself falling into helping Mac as opposed to just stealing and being a bit of a cheeky pirate. So again, I think with this role, I was able to have a lot of fun with it again. And, she had a bit of sass to her as well. I actually sometimes found myself wondering on occasion on certain days on set if I was just kind of slipping back into Dylan almost, and I'd have to really think about it and go, no, different character, and just, think about my objectives and who this spice pirate was and what she wants. And again, I got to do some more fight choreography and a little bit of stunts, and so I found myself just falling in love with the whole world again and working with a lot of the same faces. We've got Daisy was on again, and Emma and Jenna, and so I got to see some familiar faces again. It was just really cool. As I said, big family.
Awesome. So on to my next question. Who was the person that inspired you into acting in the first place?
Ooh, that's a big question. There's obviously a lot of actors and creatives and I guess celebrities out there that inspired me. But I'm going to say in the beginning, really, I had this experience when I think I was about 6 or 7 years old. I went to a theatre production that my auntie, my mum's sister, was in. And I remember sitting there. Obviously, I didn't know how to intellectualize it at the time. I was, a child. But I still remember the feelings. And the feelings were, I was so blown away by the transformation of this woman. Here's my auntie who I saw in my everyday life. And, she's very intelligent, very proper, very well-spoken, a little bit conservative. And obviously my relationship with her was full of love and family. But then I saw her on stage and she transformed into this, this woman that I didn't even know who she was. And it was very almost sexual and very confident and I think a little bit nasty in some ways. She played this role that was, pushing boundaries a little, and I didn't know what was going on. I was like, but that's my auntie. And I was so blown away. And I remember talking to my mum afterwards. And I said, I want to do what Auntie Roz does. I want to be on stage. And it started soon after that. My mum just threw me straight into acting classes at the Brisbane Arts Theatre, actually. And I started theatre training there, and it just grew from there. But then over the years, throughout teen years, I was influenced a lot by music. David Bowie often comes to my mind. Everything about David Bowie to me is just living, an authentic creative life. And he was an absolute genius. And I just, every time I listen to his music or looking at his art or watching him in film or just, the costumes he wore or makeup, it reeks this world of be exactly who you are. Don't shy away from who you are. Follow your dreams. And push the boundaries. And I love everything that David Bowie encapsulates. So I think he keeps coming up in my mind a lot over the years.
Awesome. So on to my next question. If you could be in any TV or movie franchise, what would it be and why?
Ooh, good question. There's so much good stuff out there. What blew my mind this year? I think I was kind of late to this show, but I recently watched all of Killing Eve, and I absolutely adore that show. Oh my God, what perfection. like Sandra Oh and Jodie Comer, like they're just powerhouse women, female actors, and in different ways. Like Sandra Oh has this stillness about her, and Jodie Comer is, you just never know what to expect with her, really. So, but the world, you know, like strong, powerful female characters, edgy, intelligent. That's what that show promotes for me, and I would absolutely love to be in a show, like either be in Killing Eve or a show like Killing Eve. That would just totally rock my world. I'm also in love with fantasy, so I know that, you know, Lord of the Rings is going to be happening soon, the TV show, and one of my favorite book series that I still haven't finished because it's a massive saga, the Wheel of Time series by Robert Jordan. Every time I'm reading that book, I can just visualize myself in the story, and I think that would bring my, you know, my inner geek, my fantasy love dreams that would just come true if I was cast in being in that show. That would rock my world, actually.
Awesome. So on to the next question. You could work with any top 3 actors. Who would they be and why?
Oh, I probably kind of semi already answered that. A couple. So, yeah, Sandra Oh and Jodie Comer I'm going to say again, but I feel like I just want to put them in the same, you know, because I love watching them together. So if I could work with them together, I would love that. There's always going to be Cate Blanchett, because she was actually, yeah, to answer your question, more of an answer from the question from before, I've always been inspired by her as well. Just, you know, watching her since I was a child and watching her just, I swear she gets more and more beautiful and more goddess-like as she ages. It's just crazy. She's just amazing. Who else? I would love, there's like James McAvoy. Everything that I watch him in, he just blows my mind. I swear to God, he could say anything and I would believe him. He is so genuine, believable, and his facial expressions just, draw me in every time. His bright blue eyes. I'm like, yes, I believe everything. And I know, I'm going to say Taika Waititi as well, and I know he's more of a director than actor, but he does appear in his stuff as well. But I think I would have the most amazingly fun time working with that man. He is a genius, a comical genius, and I feel like he seems to be just a genuine, awesome person as well. So it's like, let's just sit down. I just want to have a coffee with you and just hang and ask you all of the questions. Sorry, I could just blubber on.
So good. So on to the next question. If you could give any advice to anyone that wants to get into the acting industry, what advice would you give them, and what are the positives and negatives to the acting industry, and how do you get those negatives?
Oh, that's tricky, isn't it? Advice would be, I think the first thing that comes to my mind is just to know exactly who you are. Know who you are and where you want to be, visualize it, and just be genuine and true to yourself, and don't let anyone change that. Because I think now more than ever, it's being that's what people are searching for. They want truth, they want authenticity, and they want to see real people. So the thing that you can offer people that no one else can offer is yourself. You know, draw from your own heart and what makes you inspired and passionate as a actor, performer, whatever creative industry you're involved in. The positives and negatives, like the positives are endless. Like the magic of filmmaking and bringing stories to life is out of this world, and you know, the more technology evolves and the more things we've got at our grasp, the more we can bring stories to life. So I love being transported through different times and stories. And so the magic of it is what makes me keep coming back. Because, you know, to be honest, I've thought about quitting acting a number of times. You know, it's too hard, or I'm too tired, or this, or, you know, you make excuses in your head. But I always come back because I have a big love of storytelling, so and it's important now more than ever. the negatives and how to get through it, I think just it's important, again, know who you are, and also have a system in place for excuse me, for your own self-care. You know, like whether it's, you know, yoga and drinking tea and planting flowers in the garden to, you know, walking through a rainforest or swimming at the ocean, meditation, whatever self-care is to you, to just have that on board, to be able to take with you anywhere as well. So, you know, if you're cooped up in a hotel somewhere, you know, in between while being on set, to have something that makes you feel grounded, and bring you back to yourself so that you can remember why you're doing what it is you're doing. Because yeah, it's not an easy industry. It's not. I'm not going to lie. No, the reality is there are so many actors and so much talent. And if you don't get a job, it's probably got nothing to do with your talent. It's just you never know what a particular casting director or director is looking for. And it can be so specific. So you can't take it personally. You just have to remember why you're doing it, I suppose. You have to love it. You have to love it. Otherwise, I don't see the point.
Awesome. So on to my last question. Are there any upcoming projects that you would like to announce on my show if you have announcements?
Yeah, well, you've already spoken about Nova Star, so hopefully people will be seeing that very soon. I don't know in terms of a release for another one, but hopefully, you know, things got postponed with the COVID world. But I'm joining forces again with Nexus Productions and doing a sequel to Friends, Foes and Fireworks, and the film is called To Hold the Moon, and we should be filming that in Malta and London next year. So just stay tuned for that. Hopefully things start to open up, and I think it's a beautiful story, and I think everyone will really, really enjoy it.
How long do you think the galaxy would keep its shit together without somebody to unclog the space toilets? I hate my life.
What if you're an asteroid or something?
Oh, don't be stupid. There'd be alarms and stuff going off if there was something wrong. It's the wrong way, but I don't make deals with pirate space scum.
Only one of us left. Save the star! Save the galaxy!
Taking out the trash is my job.
Hello one and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show. So basically today I'll be doing a interview with this incredible cosplayer known by the name of Chrissy Q Cosplayer. She dresses up in Black Widow. So I'm about to do an interview with Chrissy Q Cosplayer now. So I'm going to invite her into the live stream and ask her some questions.
Yeah, good, thanks. Okay, so what I'm going to get you to do is explain a bit about what you do, and we'll go from there.
No worries. So I'm Chrissy Q, most known for doing Black Widow cosplays. I've just been a cosplayer for a little while. I've always been a geek. My mum's a geek. She taught me to read by comics. So when I finally moved to the city, my best friend took me to Comic-Con for the first time ever, and I was like, what is this? I need to be a part of this more. And pretty much since then, I've been cosplaying.
Awesome.
Mainly Black Widow, but to do others as well.
Yep. And so with, we'll dive into the questions. For my first question, what was it like creating that incredible Black Widow promo that you made?
It was awesome. So I worked with one of my close friends from high school. We both found each other when I came back. Hey! I came back to Melbourne, and we found each other again, and he always wanted to do something like that. and I was hands down for it. It was a full day of shooting. My bag that I took was so big. I took up the back of his car with all of my outfits, and it was just crazy. He drove me all over Melbourne, and we shoot from about 9 till 9, I think. It was fairly hectic, but it was so great, and I really want to do something like that again, because all those costume changes and all of that was amazing. Yeah, so much fun.
Awesome. And so for my next question, how long have you been cosplaying for?
2 years. Nice. Only 2 years. It's crazy.
And so for my third question, what new projects do you have installed after that promo that you made that you want to announce?
Oh, I don't think I could ever top that. I'm really like, oh my God. I was so happy when everybody loved it. It was such a labor of love, and especially for Darius. So Chan Darius, if you're not following him, you need to. He's amazing. But I just got a new Widow suit, which I'm very excited about. And I have a little secret test shoot planned soon up near where I was born. So up near Mount Singunya. So keep an eye out for that once where social distancing gets relaxed. I have some hopefully very awesome photos coming through.
Incredible. Okay, so for my next question, what are you looking forward to seeing about the Black Widow movie that's coming out soon?
Ooh, that's tough. I'm really excited to see Yelena. I think she's going to be amazing. But also the whole back secret into like the Red Room and how she was trained. I'm hoping that they're putting Bucky in there as well, because if you don't know, he's a big part of her training. And maybe we might even see a little bit of that super soldier serum that she secretly has, but nobody will say that.
Awesome.
So I'm very excited to see what they do. Hopefully it lives up to all the fans' expectations, but no matter what, it's going to be great.
Fingers crossed. Okay, so for my next question, so if you could be in any DC or Marvel movies, and starring like with any character that you want to star with, what characters would you want to star with?
Alrighty, so I would, for DC, I'm always a big fan of Raven. She's amazing, but also like Canary, I'd love to do a teen Justice film. So with Aqualad and all of that, I'd always love that, because I just love the Aqualad arc. And if you could add in some White Raven, that would be amazing. I would love to be part of that. Oh, the fight scenes would be so epic, which is always my favorite. Grew up in Jackie Chan films, so I always love a good fight scene. It's amazing.
You were a bit laggy just before.
Sorry, I live in the backcrop of nowhere, so my internet's not great.
It's all good. So for my next question, after that, what are the positives and negatives into cosplaying, and how do you get over those negatives in your opinion?
Okay, so I don't really find many negatives. I'm always somebody who looks on the bright side of the world. So I guess if you have any negatives, I don't think about them. I just keep going and kind of do whatever I want. So I've always found the positives that you'll always find somebody who likes the same kind of things that you do. So if you're like me, I was raised in a town of 100 people. So not many geeks. I was fairly alone in that. But when I started cosplaying, I realized that I wasn't alone in liking Gwenpool or growing up, like reading the Dungeons and Dragons books because I had nobody else to play with. I wasn't alone in that. And it's really nice to know that there are other people you can have really intense discussions about, but that you both like something so much that it's all consuming in your conversation. I guess the negatives to that is you'll always have somebody who's a bit intense.
Yeah.
Especially when you're a female who's a cosplayer. You do get those people who are a bit over the top. But with those, I've always found when I have my best friends beside me, the world can't stop us. Like, we're just people who love to cosplay, who like to dress up. And I don't think anybody should really be afraid of that. But at the same time, don't knock people down just because they do it differently. There's always a reason to smile. And I think that's what cosplay brings to a lot of people. So.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Chrissy, for appearing on my show. It means so much. Definitely, everyone, definitely go support Chrissy Q Cosplayer. She's truly incredible. And that Black Widow promo video that you made was truly, truly incredible. So everyone definitely go give Chrissy Q incredible follow, and definitely go give her the amazing support she needs. So yeah, keep up the amazing work. Hello one and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my next guest is this incredible person who was actually a housemate in the Big Brother of 2020 this year, and her name's Danny. She was one of the contestants in Big Brother, so I'm about to give Danny an ad into the live now. So I'm about to send her an invite, and here we go.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks.
How's your day been?
Yeah, pretty good.
Pretty good?
Yeah.
Perfect.
So what I'll get you to do, Danny, is introduce yourself, explain a bit about what you do, and then I'll dive right into the questions.
Okay, so Danny from Big Brother 2020. What do I do? Today's my birthday. Woohoo, 35. Loving life. Yeah, I'm just still coming off the Big Brother ride. It's been amazing. Back to work. Nothing much has changed. Still the same me.
Awesome. Well, can I just say happy birthday first up. For your birthday today. So we'll dive right into the questions now, Danny. So
perfect.
What was the experience like auditioning for Big Brother and then going into the Big Brother house?
So it's funnily enough, I actually got a reminder on my Facebook on the 5th of October, which is the day I applied. It was a whole, it's my birthday, fuck it, let's just apply. Who knows what will happen? And so I literally was like, okay, I'm going to answer these questions, like truthfully, no matter how embarrassing they are, and whatever first came to mind. So I just did that process. I think it took maybe like an hour. And then I got my first phone call and was just basically introducing myself and why I want to do it. Then I got a second phone call, which was to come to Brisbane to do group auditions. So I flew down. It was over 2 days if you're successful on the first day. So I did all my group auditions, and it was still surreal at this point because you don't ever think it's going to happen to you. And it's so cliche. You hear so many reality people say, oh, you know, you never think it's going to happen to me, but if it happens to me, it could happen to you. But it is really true. In the group audition, yeah, they basically just pick you and say you're moving forward to come back the next day to interview with the producers. And you just basically just sit there and they have a camera in your face and you're answering all these questions and they pull up your application. So if you lie on there and don't remember what you've put, you're going to get put on the spot and look like an absolute twat. So make sure you're honest. And then after that, they give you your big envelope that says, yep, you've moved on to the next part. And then there's like medicals and psychs and all of that kind of stuff. And then I think it was maybe the end of January I found out. I got the phone call from the producer to say that I made it, and that was amazing. It was so exciting, but still surreal. Like, it just doesn't feel real.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So for the next question, with going into the Big Brother house, what was your emotions and what were you feeling at the time when you walked into the house?
So I had 2 stages of emotion. The first one was when they said you're going to go down to the house and you're like, oh my God, that's happening. And then I got there and they're like, oh, by the way, there's already people in there. And I'm like, what the fuck? Because I've watched Big Brother forever and know that if you come late to the party, you're screwed. But not only that though, because the game had changed and it was now a game, coming in late, you're already giving the housemates that are in there a reason to nominate you already. So you're basically, here's a platter, vote for me because I'm a late comer. So that put another level of stress on yourself going in. But when you first walk in, I was so immersed in the fact, like, okay, I'm in the Big Brother house. Like, this is like, holy shit. Like, you just take in the actual house itself. And everything about the house. I kind of forgot about the housemates for a minute there and was just like, oh my God, this is the Big Brother house. You just get caught up in that atmosphere, and then it kind of, all these people are at you like, oh, who are you? What do you do? What do you do? Blah, 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 blah. It's a lot. But oh my God, it's so exciting.
So for my next question, with the challenges, what was the most like hardest challenge that you actually found difficult to do and what was the easiest challenge that you found quite easy?
Okay, so with me, it's probably a little bit different. So I have a neurological condition that affects my mobility. So when I would look at the challenge, I'd be like, holy shit, how the hell am I supposed to do that? So every challenge, some challenges you'd look at it like the chime one where it's the pole with the little sticks coming out and you're wearing your sneakers and you're like, oh yeah, I could do that. And then they're like, okay, take your shoes off, and you're like, and even on that challenge, I couldn't even get off the block. Like, my fat ass couldn't even get on these poles, and I was like, oh my God, I'm going to be the first person. They're going to be like, man, you can't even get on the pole, you're out. So I found that one the hardest. The easiest, I wouldn't say easy, but the one that I found worked well for me and my disability was the water funnel. Which was holding your finger up to plug the water. I think I lasted about 4 hours. So I was really, really excited for my own self. 4 hours doesn't seem like a long time considering the others were up there for like 8 or 6 or something. But for me and overcoming my thought process of I can't do this, going 4 hours for me was such a huge achievement. So very, very proud of myself for that one.
Awesome. So for my next question, with the formatting of groups, like, because you all got into like groups together and everything, and you end up formatting groups like bonds and stuff. What was it like formatting like group rivals, and then like who did you get along with the most and who didn't you get along with?
Yeah, so I knew that I love psychology, and so I knew going in normal everyday life, you go to a barbecue, you don't know someone, you find that one person you met that one time, and you'll just go over to them and then hang with them, and then all of a sudden, you'll meet different people and you'll find your people. So when I first went in there, there was already some animosity that had already happened prior to me arriving. And so you could feel that when we got there, and it was very much a them and an us. So, but I think that was because very early on, Daniel, Zoe, Xavier, and Casey and Matt had formed that friendship really early on. So I don't think at that point it was an alliance as such. I think it was just a group of people that found a common ground and stuck together. Whereas the others, there was no real formed group. It was a bunch of people that had close friends, but it wasn't an alliance as such. As the time went on, it became a real line in the sand that was an us and a them. In my game, I tried not to have one person or a group of people. And I also tried really hard, and my other cage mates tried really hard not to stick together, because that in itself was a group. So Shane went off with the boys, Hannah went off with the younger ones, and I kind of just decided to float around, because you don't want to be seen as an alliance, because then that's where that line's drawn. It becomes a them and an us. As far as people I was close with, I made a genuine effort with most people. Whether they made a genuine effort with me is a different story. I think when you have close friendships, there's no need to get to know me. I come late to the party. I don't have any alliances on my own. There's no real need to make me a part of your group. So you felt that. But as the time went on, I think I really loved Kieran. I seen his gameplay and I really appreciated it for what it was. He's very smart, very tactical, very strategic, and I love that. Garth as well, I pegged at the very first day. His social game was amazing, so I pegged him as well, but loved my cage mates like Hannah Sabong and Shane, loved them. And then, yeah, time goes on, you got to know Angela really well. Sarah and me became really close. I had a few close things with Sophie, Chad. So because I made an effort to get to know everybody, yeah, you just start forming those friendships. But outside of the house, I think this is another question of yours. I bet you it will be. Yeah, those friendships, obviously, because it's a game, I was only doing that in the game. It's a different story outside of the house.
Awesome. So for my next question, with the whole as you mentioned before, like with the whole outside of the game and stuff, who have you been keeping in contact with outside of the game? Yeah.
So my people, as I say, in my everyday life, who you go to a barbecue and meet and then make plans with to meet up later. So those people would be Kieran, Angela, Marissa, Hannah. Even though I didn't meet Alan in the house, me and him just clicked outside of the house. We're like two peas in a pod. Love him. Me and Sarah, I talked to Matt, I talked to Zoe. Me and Zoe, actually, we weren't close in the house, but outside the house, we became really, really good friends. So Zoe as well. Garth, I actually really, really think Garth is amazing. I think what he's doing outside the house is also amazing. Some things that he did from Big Brother to outside, I wasn't keen on. But again, even though he's not my person that I would probably, hang out with in my everyday life, I appreciate his charisma and he's just got an ability to just pull you in, and he's done so well on his podcast. So I will say to him and test him and say, yeah. So it's not that I don't like talk to a lot of people. I still appreciate them for who they are. I just you wouldn't catch me, having a drink with Talia. She's just not my cup of tea. But I wish, she's an amazing person, I'm sure, but we just don't gel.
Awesome. So for my next question, what with the like the whole going into the house and everything, what do you think made yourself you? Like, what made you become a better person being in the house and then becoming outside the house?
Yeah, so this is funny. So when I did my audition video, I actually said, you know, I think you'd learn so much. I think if you want to learn a lot about yourself, Big Brother is the perfect way to do it, because you don't get to walk around and see you from a mirror image. You don't get to see what other people see. You don't get to experience how other people experience you. So if you want to grow as a person, you could definitely take Big Brother on. It's going to be confronting, some things, and then other things you're just going to grow and say, you know what, I am a decent person. I actually came out knowing and going in and confirming, you know, I'm a pretty decent person. Like, I'm relatively nice to everybody. You know, I'm not a bully. I'm not full of shit. I'm not a liar. I was quite happy with who I came out of Big Brother as. The only thing that I was really disappointed with was because of the whole latecomer thing, and my strategy changed when I was told that. I had to really mute and dilute my personality. So when in a group setting, I normally would be really loud. Everyone would know who I am. I'd be hilarious and funny and all these things. But when I went in the Big Brother house, I consciously didn't want to be that person, because when you stand out, you can stand out for wrong reasons, and people can then look at you and go, oh yeah, Danny's this or Danny's that. So the one thing that I do regret is making the choice myself to dilute my personality in order to play the game. And I think Australia didn't get to see me, if that makes sense. Because I think it would have been a different view that Australia would have had if they'd seen me as Danny and not me playing the game. And I think that's one thing that it's hard for people to understand, especially when it comes to, like, I know that there was a lot of backlash with Daniel and Xavier and the way that they played the game, and Matt as well. And that's not their character in their everyday life. That is a magnified view of them playing a game. It's kind of like, you know, when you're sitting around a kitchen table with your family and you're playing Monopoly and shit gets real.
Oh, yeah.
Like, people start stealing people's money. Like, it's like a magnified version of that. And so you don't see all the funny, like, banter and all that kind of stuff. It doesn't show your true character. It shows your gameplay character. And so I think, yeah, that's the toughest part. But like I said, I made the choice to change in order for me to play my game. It just doesn't then correlate to live TV and whether or not Australia audience likes you, or you come across as being like boring or quiet.
Awesome. So for my next question, what was elimination like going into the elimination round?
Horrendous. Because they'd been in there prior to me arriving, they like say to you, like, shit goes down in the elimination room, like, get ready because the drama is just amped up. And I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing, I can't wait. And then you get in there and you're like, oh my God, this is so awkward. Like, everyone's saying stuff that they wouldn't say outside in normal, and it's so good, it's just a room, but for some reason everyone grows balls in that elimination room and shit just gets said, and it's like you're sitting there like it's popcorn time. When you're actually nominated, oh man, you're sweating balls. It's nuts. Because I think, I don't know what other people, but for me, I was in there just for the experience. I really honestly didn't think too much about winning. It didn't really faze me. Just being there was exciting for me. And so specifically for mine, when I was up, I was just like, oh my God, I can't believe that my experience is going to come to an end because of this shit. It just seems so trivial to me. So I was really disappointed. I knew as soon as I was nominated that I was going home. Again, because you've just given everyone a reason. And Nikki out. You know, let's vote for Danny. We don't know her because she's a latecomer. So that was a bit shitty. But yeah, sweating balls in that room.
Awesome. So for my very last question, Danny. So what advice would you give someone wanting to apply for Big Brother if they could?
You just have to. Even if you think about applying, just do it. Like, what have you got to lose? The worst that they can turn around and say is you're not successful. But at least you have given it a go. I think that's the biggest thing in life these days, is just give it a crack. You don't know what they're looking for. Like, you go in there thinking, oh no, there's going to be other people that are better than me. But if they do go in with a plan, let's be real, like the producers do think, okay, we want a mum, we want a, an athletic hot guy, we want a, awesome cool chick, we want this. Like, they do have things that they're looking for. So I think you just have to embrace your individuality and what are you going to bring to the table. I really push the fact that I'm a real person. I will tell it how it is. There's no bullshit about me. I went through having a disability. I'm a mum. So they're my individual things that are only true to me. So I think finding out what is true to you and what you identify as is the first step. And then, yeah, just apply and just go for it, I reckon. It's the best experience. If you get in, you will not regret it.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Danny, for appearing on my show. It means so much. Everyone definitely go support Danny. She was truly incredible, Big Brother, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. So, Danny, keep up the amazing and incredible work. And any last final thoughts or anything that you would like to say?
Just support. Like, I know that you get caught up in the drama and the TV, and you don't want to. I'm a big reality buff, and I'll watch the TV drama and I'm like, oh my God, that bitch. Like, I'm not gonna like her, and then you get caught up in that TV drama. But yeah, at the end of the day, look, they're all people, and it's better to support than to bring each other down. So yeah, definitely support. Even if you might not agree with something that they're doing, or, there's no need to bully and all that kind of stuff. It's just not worth it. Just support each other.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my next guest is this incredible actress known by the name of Crystal Martin. I'm about to give her an ad into the live now and have a chat with Crystal. Crystal has been the role of Bubbles in the Powerpuff Girls fan film. And yeah, I'm about to give her an ad into the live now, and yeah.
It works. How's it going?
Good, very good.
So what I'm going to get you to do, Crystal, first up, so I'm going to get you to introduce yourself as a person and explain a bit about what you do, and then I'll dive right into the questions.
Cool. As a person, I am Crystal Martin. Hello. I like long walks, I've been getting up at 5 a.m. every day. That's like my current thing I'm working on. I'm an actor and stunt performer. I live in LA. Been doing this for quite a while now. I've lived in LA for 11 years. And I have 3 cats and way too many houseplants.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now, Crystal. So for my very first question, you were actually in this incredible fan film of Powerpuff Girls, and you played the role of Bubbles. What was that experience like, getting to play the role of this iconic character in this incredible fan film of Powerpuff Girls as Bubbles?
Well, first of all, I'm really glad that you liked it. We had a lot of fun working on it. It was quite an experience. I mean, I, of course, grew up watching the Powerpuff Girls, so kind of a little dream come true to get to play that character. Also, not usually a character I'm cast in. I would say I'm kind of more of naturally, as a person, a blossom. And I tend to get cast in more powerful, leader roles. So to get to have a little bit more fun and be a little more bubbly was really cool. And I was glad that I was cast as that, because I got to stretch a little bit more.
Awesome. So for the next question, what was your favorite memorable moment about playing the role of Bubbles in the Powerpuff Girls fan film?
There was just this little moment where some of the bad guys were changing animals and making them bad with Chemical X. And there's a moment where we're watching a video and I go, "Oh, kitty!" And then it goes, "Rah!" And it's funny because it's just a simple little thing, but I really enjoyed that moment. And it was actually before I knew anything about the project at all. I was hanging out with Dina and Jazara, who played Blossom and Buttercup. And we were just hanging out. We watched something that had a dog in it, and I went, "Oh, puppy!" And they both started giggling like crazy. And I was like, what's going on?" And they're like, "Nothing." And apparently, I think they had already kind of discussed that I would be a good Bubbles. And then I got the next day they asked me to audition, and yeah, so I was really excited. And then it just kind of like came full circle in that moment.
Awesome. So for my very next question, so this is actually another related question for Powerpuff Girls. Did you hear that they're actually making a live action of Powerpuff Girls for a movie version of it? Who would you choose as the role of Bubbles if you could choose?
Well, me, of course. I had no idea. That's really cool. I don't know. That's a tough one. I don't know how old they're supposed to be. Are they casting them as kids, or are they casting them as adults like we did?
That is a good question. I think possibly like teen kids, maybe.
Oh.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't know enough child actors. Yeah, I'd have to think on that one. Maybe we'll come up with it while we talk.
Awesome. So for my very next question, you actually, as you mentioned before, you do stunt work. And what was the experience like doing stunt work on 911?
It was awesome. It was totally a dream job. I actually was brought on to double someone else, and then when I got there, I found out that Ronda Rousey was going to be working on it, and it was this moment of total universal synchronicity, because I've been told for years and years before I knew who Ronda Rousey was that I look like her. I mean, back when people were like, "That girl from, she's a fighter, like, you look like her," and I would get that in grocery stores and everything. So I ended up on this show, and the stunt coordinator pulls me aside, and he's like, "Look, I had to like bring you on and introduce you to the directors and the producers, and just have them see you and see her and be like, and then it just kind of through kismet happened that I ended up being her double through the rest of her run on that show. And she happened to unfortunately get injured at the same time. She hurt her hand. But it was a neat experience for me to get to do even more than I would normally get to do, because she's a very capable woman. Like, she can handle a lot and do a lot of things on her own, but I got to do even more work because she was injured and couldn't do as much as I can. And even still, I was always prepared to do stuff, but as her hand was healing, she was getting in there and doing as much as possible. She's really
awesome. So for my very next question, you have also done stunt work on Light as a Feather. What was that experience like for you?
It was awesome. I got to double the lead, Liana Liberato, and she was super sweet and great to work with. And yeah, I just got to do a little fight scene, and I hit my head on a dresser my favorite part of that one though was one of the crew was filming the camera from the other side. They were like filming from Video Village, and we were shooting the fight scene, and my head hits the dresser, and all of the crew, you hear several people go, "Oh shit!" Okay, and like that's always the best, when you can make your own people who are behind the scenes, who know they've seen it all, right, and you can get them to react. Like, that's when you know you've done okay. It's a good day.
Awesome. So for my very next question, you were actually in Y, and you did some stunt work on Y back in 2019. What was that experience like?
So that one I was also doubling the lead. That was Allison McCatty. Ooh. And I got to do my first stair fall. And I was terrified. I was excited, but there's always like a lot that can go wrong. And if it's your first time doing something, it's always a little bit scary. And these particular stairs had, they were like slats. And so there were spaces in between all of them. And I just kept getting this visual in my head of like, oh my God, my arm's gonna get stuck, and it's gonna be like this, and it's gonna be not good. And but in the end, like I went and I actually went to my friend TJ Polo's house. He's also a stuntman, and I practiced on his stairs, like just padded all up and just like took them a few at a time and got higher and higher. I went to Jam, Joining All Movement. It's like a big stunt workout place here, and set up a bunch of blocks and practiced going down those. And then on the day, like it actually kept getting pushed back and pushed back and pushed back because we didn't have a medic. There was multiple road closures getting there, and it was like we were losing, I would say daylight, but we were shooting a night shoot, and it was going to be daytime, and we were going to lose this like creepy cabin feel because it's actually a horror movie. And so all of this pressure, you know, and like all night, and then at the last minute, right before it's dawn, the medic shows up, and so now we can do the stunt. And I did it. I just did 2 takes, and everyone, like I landed, and you know, you kind of give the thumbs up like off screen to let them know that you're not dead. And then as soon as they called cut, everyone cheered and was like patting me on the back. And it's a really good feeling when it finally comes together. Like I had been so nervous and I had trained for so long, and then it happens, and it's just so exciting when it works out.
Awesome. So for my very next question, what are the challenges about being a stunt woman, and how do you get through those challenges as a person?
Well, I started late. Like I didn't plan for stunts. I was not a kid who was into stunts. In fact, it did not even occur to me. Like I have originally got into acting, was and is my dream. Like I love stunts as well, but acting has always been like my thing, my dream. And I would say having started later, like so many people in the stunt business have been doing this since they could walk. They've been doing gymnastics, or they've been doing martial arts, or horses, or, you know, whatever, even dance. Like I didn't do anything really physical. It didn't occur to me to go to a gym until I was in college. Like I just didn't come from like a super active family. It never had that thought before. And yeah, I am kind of playing catch up, but everyone is some people are really cool and giving of themselves, and everyone kind of works together and likes to teach each other things. So I've been really blessed in being able to learn from my colleagues and just kind of learn as I go. And I think acting is really helpful, actually, because when you're in a fight scene, being able to tell the story of what's happening in the fight as you're moving your body is great. And being able to pick up the details when I'm doubling an actress, like getting to watch what they do and not only mimic them, but understand how that works with the rest of the scene and with their character arc that they're going for, and really collaborate with them. I think that's really helpful. But yeah, I would say kind of it's a little intimidating to look around and be like, oh, I'm in this community where everyone's so talented and they've been doing it for so long, but I'm lucky that everyone's been very encouraging.
Awesome. So for our very next question, how do you keep up your fitness when you're learning a stunt, or how do you keep up with the fitness side of things?
During quarantine or before quarantine?
Before quarantine, during quarantine, yeah.
It's definitely been a challenge with the gyms closed, and like I said, like Jam used to be a spot to go and like drill things, and now it's been closed during this time. So I am lucky to have a boyfriend who is also a tactical instructor and a martial arts guru. So we train together, and we actually go to the park a lot. I train with, it's called Mind's Eye Tribe Action Actors Academy, because I do motion capture as well. And so they have several different classes, swords classes, and my boyfriend teaches the tactical class. And that's really been great. They've been open for, I think like a month and a half now, since we're out in a park doing things and everybody has masks on and we're all keeping each other safe. But it was such a relief to get to go out there and like train with other people, because there's only so much you can do on your own. At home during quarantine, I was doing a lot of yoga, and recently I've been doing a lot of specifically mobility workouts, because it can be really tough on your joints, and I was getting kind of achy. So I've been working on that specifically, and it's helped a lot. I'm not gonna lie, like I definitely like sat on the couch and ate for like everybody else because you're depressed, right? Like there was no work and like
Oh yeah.
definitely kind of ate my feelings in there a bit. But now I'm getting back on track and getting back into it since things are opening up and yeah, and trying to get back in that shape.
Awesome. So for our next question, who inspired you as a person to get into acting in the first place?
Oh, I'd have to say my Nana. She's my mom's mom, and she actually passed 10 years ago this year. I'm going to try not to cry on you. Woo! But she was always someone that really believed in me. And from being really little, she told me, like, you can do anything, and anything you put your mind to, you can accomplish. And I definitely try to live by that credo. And I will say, within the industry, I have always looked up to, I mean, it seems cliche, but for a reason, Meryl Streep and Tom Hanks would be like my top two people that I really look up to. Annette Bening too is really great.
Awesome. So for my very next question, what have you learned about yourself as a person during COVID this year?
How to just keep going and kind of self-motivate when I have discovered that I'm a person who very much likes to plan and have control over where I'm going and what I'm doing, and this was shattering. Like just everything that we thought we knew is like called into question, like especially at a time, and I know a lot of people that I've talked to in the industry, it felt like this, where like I felt like I was picking up some momentum, you know, I was on 911 and like the shows were getting bigger, people were knowing my name, like coordinators were getting to know me, I was hustling sets all the time, and it was picking up speed, and then this happened. And it's kind of, I know a lot of people are thinking like, well, should I pivot and try to do a different career now? Like I've heard of people moving back home or changing careers. Yeah, it's been a lot, but I've really found that I've come out of it stronger than ever. And my boyfriend got me, actually, I just refinished my kitchen table for quarantine, and that was a confidence booster. It was something that's completely unrelated to my career, but I know it will pay dividends because I'm just like, oh, I can do this. Like I can do other things that I had no idea I can teach myself, or I can learn from other people, and that's been really great. And I'm learning a lot about plants. Like I would have said I'm not great at keeping plants alive, but now I'm going to say I am getting better. Like I keep plants alive now. I have lots of plants that are alive. So awesome. I'm taking this as an opportunity to learn and grow and get through it. I think the real test is going to be who's still here on the other side of all of this.
Awesome. So for my very next question, if you could be in any TV or movie franchise, what would it be and why?
Star Wars.
Nice.
Yeah, I just have always loved Star Wars. So now that like Mandalorian's out and stuff, I would love to be on those shows. I just think TV has got epic. I remember being in high school and being like, TV is for people who take it in movies, but now TV is really cool. They have so many great things, and all of these streaming shows can get so great. Another huge inspiration for me that shows that I love are the Shonda Rhimes shows, like Grey's Anatomy, How to Get Away with Murder, Scandal. I actually got asked my availability this last week to work on one of those shows as doing stunts and possibly playing a role. I think there might have been some acting too. And I was like, it might be happening. It might be one of my shows. And unfortunately, like they give our pictures to choose for the director to choose, and it wasn't my time, but that's how it goes, and hopefully it'll come around again. But any of those shows, I would be stoked.
Awesome. So for my next question, as you mentioned, about Star Wars, I have to ask, who would be your favorite Star Wars character?
Oh gosh, that's a tough one. I really, I think it's because just they were the originals. I just really love Princess Leia. And of course, like Queen Amidala later, like is super badass. but I really fell in love with Princess Leia, and I'm going to tell you, it's silly, but I had this dream when Carrie Fisher passed away, and in my dream, she was my aunt, and which was like the most normal thing ever. Like, of course she's my aunt. And she knew she was dying. We both did, and we were like taking our last walk together, and she turns to me and she goes, you have something, and you're gonna get there. You just have to stick with it. Like, you're gonna make it. And it's basically like what my Nana used to tell me, you know, like, and then it was like Carrie Fisher. So I think somewhere in there, like, you understand, Princess Leia is my favorite. Carrie Fisher and coming to me in my dream, all of that. Yeah, I would have to say Princess Leia.
Awesome. So for my very next question, what are the positives and negatives into the acting industry, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
I mean, you know, I was just having this conversation with a friend the other night that there can be a lot of pressure and rejection and like total body issues that can come about. Even stunt-wise, like, you're expected to be a certain size if you want to double actresses. I know as an actor, I feel that I remember I went to school for acting in college, and one of the things they always told us is like, you can be fat and you can be skinny, but don't be in between, because that's not castable. That's not a type. And I am kind of just naturally in between. So that was something for me to overcome and just kind of get used to. Like, I'm naturally bigger boned, so that's always been something that I've dealt with. And I think stunts has been really great for my confidence and my comfortability with my body, because I've always been more muscular and I put on muscle really easily, but it also allows me to do all the awesome things that I can do for stunts, and I think that is a power in its own. And just and getting older, like, I think you can be really susceptible to falling into all of the body image stuff when you're younger, and I definitely was, and then getting older and just being like, no, this is me. And like, of course I'm always working on that, I'm aware of it, and it's a career decision, but it doesn't control me or overshadow me, you know? Yeah, but it can be difficult.
Awesome. So for my very last question, Crystal, so what new projects do you have installed after COVID, upcoming, whatever you would like to announce on the show?
Not as much as I'd like. Please hire me. I did a movie last year that they actually just changed the name. I made a note. It's no longer called The Uncanny. It will be called They Live in the Gray. It's a Vang Brothers film. They did a movie called Bedeviled that I think got some acclaim a while back. So I'm excited to see that. I played a ghost officer in it and had quite the emotional scene. So I'm excited to have that clip and get it up on the reel. So hopefully that'll be coming up. And besides that, just looking out for mocap work and stunt work and acting work and whatever might come down the pipe.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much again, Crystal, for coming on to my show. It really means a lot. Everyone, definitely go support Crystal Martin. She is one truly incredible and amazing actress. Definitely go support her projects. Any last final thoughts or anything that you would like to say to people?
You know, whatever your dream is, like, just don't give up. Just stick with it. And if you can improve 1% every day, in 30 days, you'll have improved 30%. And in a year, you'll have improved 365%. So I just believe in always working on yourself and working to be more comfortable and happy in your own skin.
Interview show. So for my very first guest is this incredible actress known by the name of Laura Van York. She played the role of Death in Haunted City number 1, 2, and 3. This original fan film series. So I'm about to give Laura an ad into the live now and have a chat with Laura.
That's better. Hello.
Hello, Laura. How's it going?
It's good. How are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. Thank you for coming on to my show, by the way. It means a lot. So
No
what I'm
problem.
gonna- So what I'm going to get you to do, Laura, if you can, I'm going to get you to introduce yourself as a person and explain a bit about what you do, and then I'll dive right into the questions.
Okay.
So if you want to go now, feel free.
Okay, so I'm Laura. I'm an actress and model, originally from Belgium, and right now I'm living in North Hollywood. Well, what I'm doing right now, not much, because most of my projects are on hold, but I'm still doing photo shoots, like social distance photo shoots and remote shows. So I'm trying to stay busy, you know, however I can.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now, Laura. So with my very first question, you were actually in this incredible original series called Haunted City, and you played the role of Death in number 1, 2, and 3. What was that experience like, getting to play the role of Death in Haunted City?
So the thing is, with a character like Death, you don't really know. I mean, I've never seen Death, so it's like, it's hard to prepare, because when you, for example, have to play like, let's say like the girl next door, the girlfriend, or the nurse, the police officer, it's like, you know what these people are like, kind of, because you've seen them around or you've seen them in series or something. I mean, you can build a life, but for Death, it's like you have to use your imagination. So I try to just think like a female Death, what would that be like? And, you know, by just talking to the director and coming up with ideas, like, for example, I thought Death would be really cold and reserved, and the director wanted her to be really classy and eloquent. So it was really nice to just build a character from complete scratch. It was really fun. And, you know, the set experience, just the people to work with, and Chris, the director, it was great. I had a lot of fun.
Awesome. So on to my next question about Haunted City. So what was your favorite memorable moment or scene to shoot as the role of Death?
There were a lot of fun moments. One of the smaller ones was for a certain scene we needed a car. And we used my car, and since it was a manual car, I was the one that had to drive it, so I kind of felt, I don't know, it was stupid, but I kind of felt good about it, like, oh wow, I'm stunting right now. Like, it was funny. And there was also a moment, it's probably not as funny when I'm telling it, but at that moment it was hilarious. So the actor that was playing the character of Charon, so the person who is leading the ghosts and souls to the underworld. So it's the scene where the main character is going to save her mom from hell. And as Death, I'm leading her there. I'm giving her to Charon, and I'm telling him, like, take care of her or something. I don't really remember what it was. And there was a line that he had to say. It was something like, farewell, I will, or something. And he said, like, I will, Death, or very well, Death. And it was really fun, because my name is never really spoken about in the series. I mean, you kind of know that I'm Death, but it's never said. It was hilarious. The way he said it, it was really funny. So I think that's my favorite moment of the 3 series. And then there is a moment in the scene where I'm appearing as Death, because I would say Jane, so the ghost, she's working for me, and she's having a fight with a phantom, so it's a creature in the series, and I'm intervening because she's attacking Jane. The moment I'm appearing, I'm just shouting, like, enough, and it felt really powerful. I mean, Death is a powerful character, so I really like playing her, but that moment, it was like, oh, I'm leading this moment, and I really like that one, so I would say that's my favorite one.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. You're actually in this incredible fan film called The Many Deaths of John Wick, and you actually play the character of Death again in The Many Deaths of John Wick. What was that experience like, getting to be in this incredible other fan film of John Wick?
Well, it was actually the first film that we did with the character of Death, so that was my introduction to it. I would say it was the same kind of preparation as I did Haunted City, because it's a different story, but it's basically the same character that the director chooses to use in this movie. So same thing. It was just much smaller and shorter, since most of the movie is the fight scenes of John Wick with his enemies, and then the moment when he meets death, it's just a table conversation. So we filmed it in a way that it looks, in the movie, it looks as if we're sitting across from each other at the table. Basically, it was only one side of the table. So we just filmed my part first in the same seat, and then his part in the same seat. But it looks like it's opposite, so that was fun. I can't say much more about it, since it was basically the same as Haunted City. It was the same thing. It was just a different story, I would say, different actor, but yeah, it was the same thing, and it was funny because we had a lot of noise problems, so we needed to stop a lot. But for the rest, it was really short and intense, and yeah, it was fun.
Awesome. So on to my very next question about the many deaths of John Wick. What was your favorite scene to shoot in that in the many deaths of John Wick?
Since there was basically only one long scene where I was in, I would say my favorite moment of that scene is where I lash out to him. So I'm always like, Death is always calm and cold, and she has sympathy, you know, she's kind, but there is a moment when he starts asking about something that I don't like. The thing is that his wife died, and so that's supposed to be my fault because I'm dead. So I lash out at him like, John, it happens, blah, blah. And I really liked that. It was a lot of dialogue that I could play with and go calm, go loud, go back to calm. And that one moment, I think that was my favorite one.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So you were actually in a barren state, and you actually played the role of Lena. What was that experience like, getting to be in a barren state and getting to play this character called Lena?
Well, that movie, I think, was the most difficult for me. It's full of intense scenes, and like, I'm killing people, I'm giving birth in a bathtub, I'm pregnant the entire movie. It was hard to prepare. It was intense, and so From a Barren State is about this girl. She's homeless and pregnant, and she's about to go into labor. She's like very pregnant. That already was hard for me to play because I've never been pregnant. I don't know what it's like. Luckily, there was one of the actors on set was a mom, so she could kind of explain to me how it was, like how you walk with like a big belly and how you give birth and how you hold yourself and all of that. But so it's about this older couple that takes me in, offers me a place to stay, but is planning to steal my baby because they can't have children. So it starts out like with a lot of tension, but then it goes completely insane. Like I want to run away, but I'm suddenly into labor, and I jump in the bathtub, and just that giving birth, that was very, that was hard. Also because we had to re-record the sound because there was something wrong with the sound. So I basically had to re-record the entire giving birth and the entire labor. So it was really weird to just make birth noises without actually doing the scene. It was just awkward, and it came out really well, so I'm really proud of it, as every actor would be proud of doing a difficult scene, I would say. Then what else? Oh, my favorite moment was when we did the rehearsals and I had to rehearse the bathtub scene. So I was doing my birth, and the owner of the location, he thought actually something was happening, so he came to look like, what's wrong? What's wrong? It's just like, we're just rehearsing. So that was hilarious. For the rest, it was really, we went to the desert to shoot my opening scene. We went to the location for 3 days to shoot all the rest, and great crew, great director. It was a lot of fun, although it was hard. I would say this movie had everything in it that an actor fears. Like it's killing, intense emotion, giving birth. I had to cry on cue. Like everything was there. Yeah, that was great.
Well, I actually to let you know, I actually watched it this week before this interview.
Oh, that's nice.
Barren State was incredible, and you were actually really incredible in the film. So applaud to you with your amazing performance, because you did really incredible. So you should be really proud of yourself.
Thank you.
So good. So on to my very next question. You were actually in this music video of Joseph Bishara. I hopefully pronounced that right. What was that experience like, getting to be in a music video?
So I've known Joseph Bishara for a while. He made, like, I'm in this theater, also where we filmed the music video. It's Zombie Joe's Underground Theater Group. And he made the music scores for some of our shows. So I've known him personally before, but I'd never worked with him. So that was like my first time working with him. And I'm a big fan of him. He did the music for The Conjuring and Insidious. He played he played the witch in The Conjuring and also the demon. So that's like my thing. So I'm a big fan of him. So just finally getting to work with him as a director was awesome. The experience itself was pretty short. So we filmed, it was a 10-minute scene of me sitting in a meditation pose, and they played the music and they just filmed me sitting there, and they projected this spiderweb thing onto me. So it looks really dope, but it was quite simple to do. It was just very relaxing. Like, the whole experience was just very nice and relaxing. And above that, you know, just to work with Joseph Bishara, that was like my, I would say, my greatest achievement. So it was a lot of fun.
Awesome. I love how you mentioned how Joseph actually worked on The Conjuring, because I actually this year during COVID, of course, I actually did a interview with Lauren Spanio, who was actually in The Conjuring films. So yeah, I just wanted to let you know that.
Oh, that's great.
That was so incredible how you mentioned that Joseph was actually in The Conjuring. So yeah, that was cool. Thank you for letting me know that info. So on to my very next question. Who inspired you as a person to get into acting in the first place?
So that's a hard question, because I kind of got into acting because I loved creating characters. I loved storytelling since I was very, very small. So I would say I kind of just got into that because I felt a drive to do it. But if I have to name someone, I think it would be Trisha Helfer. She's an actress from, I've known her first in Battlestar Galactica, a series that I used to watch with my dad. I loved her so much. I was obsessed with her when I was like 13, 14. She plays the role of the Cylon number 6. And that just, I was just obsessed with her. So I would say her. And then also, I guess, Nina Dobrev from The Vampire Diaries, because she was so pretty and I really liked her. Yeah, I'm gonna settle on Trisha Helfer. I think she really got me into, like, I want to do that, you know.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. What have you learned about yourself as a person during COVID this year?
Oh, I love that question. So I thought I was a real introvert and I love being alone. So I thought, you know, I can handle this. That's gonna be fine. But I couldn't, because I learned that I really like being busy, and I just don't like sitting at home, because I feel when I sit at home, I don't do as much work as I want to. And when I'm out, even when I'm just sitting at a restaurant or a cafe working, I mean, I'm still alone. Like, I'm still introverting, but I'm in another place, another environment, and there are people around. It makes me want to do my work or do stuff. It gives me a motivation to do stuff. So I definitely need that in order to be healthy and sane. I also learned that I absolutely hate that all my work is on hold right now. I mean, there's still some things I can do when it's a long distance, but it's not enough. I like working all the time, being busy, new projects, going to places, seeing people. So maybe I'm just not the kind of introvert that I thought I was. So that's something I've learned about myself.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. If you could be in any TV or movie franchise, what would it be and why?
Well, my first go-tos are definitely things like American Horror Story, Vampire Diaries, because, you know, black hair, pale skin, I get cast as a vampire or a witch or a demon all the time. I also like watching those characters, so it's only logical that I would love to play those because I feel like I fit in there. Also, I like sci-fi, I like action, and if I could ever play a Russian spy, I would love that. Because of my accent, I get mistaken for a Russian all the time. Yeah, I think I like to play what I like to see. Also, period pieces or things like Penny Dreadful, you know, where it's the horror element, the fantasy element, and also the period piece element. Things that are as far from reality as possible. I mean, every character is fictional, but there are characters that are more fantasy that don't really exist. So definitely that.
Awesome. So I have to ask, by the way, because you keep on mentioning the Vampire Diaries, and it was such a great series, by the way. I have to actually ask, who was your favorite Vampire Diary brother and why?
Again, I would say Nina Dobrev because I used to be obsessed with her. She's pretty, she's a good actress, and you know the series revolves around her, so it's she's like the lead character. Just the idea of having your own series, you know, that's great. I liked the character of Damon, Ian Somerhalder. I guess every girl liked him. So why? He's interesting and he's kind of provocative and sexy in a way. So I mean, I would say that's what every girl said. But yeah, I liked him very much. But still, Nina Dobrev is my favorite.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So what are the positives and negatives into the acting industry, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
The positives is definitely the variety. For example, you get, of course, different characters every time. You get different locations every time, different set experiences, different people to work with, and I really need that variety in my life. I like the idea of tomorrow I can be here, next day I could be there. Am I gonna get the job or not? I guess that's also a negative, you know, the instability, which I like for a part, but also sometimes it's like, oh, I didn't get the job, which brings me to the most negative thing in acting, I guess, is the rejection. You're gonna get rejected most of the time, and a way to get through that is just either get used to it. You know that going into acting, I knew that, like, it's gonna be hard. You have to work your way up and be rejected most of the time. You have to think like I showed what I got. I showed them, you know, my take on the character. I showed them my talent. Now it's up to them. If I don't fit, I don't fit, and it makes you feel better because it's not your fault when you don't get chosen. Another negative is maybe the stress for an audition or something. Like you're nervous because it's a performance, and you get through that. Also, just you get used to that. I don't think I'm still that stressed out when I do a new audition. So it's just do it as much as you can. Do things that scare you, and you'll get more comfortable and more used to it. Same with rejection. It's gonna happen. There's just nothing to do about it. But for me, the positives really outweigh the negatives in acting. So I guess I'm good.
Awesome. So on to my very last question, Laura. So with my last question, what new projects do you have installed after COVID that you would like to announce on the show, if there's any projects that you would like to announce?
Unfortunately, most of my projects are on hold right now. I'm having 2 features planned that I can't really go into detail, but they're on hold. So I'm also cast for a Star Wars short film. It's still on hold right now. They're still doing the preparation, but it will definitely happen very soon. It's something I'm really excited for because my dad is crazy about Star Wars, so he would be very proud of me. I'm also having a witch movie planned, a short film where we'll be playing a witch, which is great for me because, you know, typecasting. And I recently filmed a short film, I would say, more like a fan film. It's a fan film from the Silver Surfer, Marvel. It's not really a movie. It's more like a comic with voiceover, but in a movie, if that makes any sense. It's also with the director from Haunted City and The Many Deaths of John Wick. So, as always, nice to work with him. And I've been working on a remote experience for Count's Den, which is a place in downtown LA where we do live immersive shows. We are this vampire family, and I'm like mostly playing different characters, so I'm like an add-on character. But since, you know, it's COVID and we can't do any close contact with people, we filmed this multiple choice movie, so it's short parts that we filmed, and people can pick choices, so it starts the next movie depending on what they pick and leads on to a choice they kind of made. We also did live interactions as the characters, and it was fun because it gave me something to work on even though we can't do our usual project. So that's basically everything I'm working on right now.
Awesome. So can I just say thank you so much again, Laura, for appearing on my show. It means so
No
much.
problem.
Everyone, definitely go give Laura the amazing and incredible support. She's one incredible actress and very talented, so definitely go support Laura. Any last final thoughts or anything that you'd like to say to people on the show?
Thank you so much for watching. It was really nice to do my first live interview and talk about my projects and everything. Thank you for listening.
Hello, Joe.
Where am I?
Nowhere you need to worry about. I rarely ever do this, but I felt it necessary we finally speak.
Do I know you?
More than most, I would wager.
Am I dead?
Not quite.
Then what am I doing here?
Relax, John. You're in no danger. You've been very good to me over the years. I felt it only appropriate to return the favor. Especially on today of all days.
Today.
It's your birthday, John. Did you forget?
You'll forgive me, but I haven't had much to celebrate lately.
Well, that is where we must agree to disagree.
You took my wife.
Don't get sidetracked.
I was out.
It wasn't my choice.
I was happy!
Life happens, John!
Welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for today's guest is this incredible actress known by the name of Jasmine Gunn, who's going to be appearing in this film called Terminator No Fate. So I'm going to give Jasmine an adding to the live now and have a chat with Jasmine. So here we go.
Hi, Jacob.
Hello. How's it going, Jasmine?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good.
How you feeling? You're good?
Yeah, good. So what I'm going to get you to do first, Jasmine, I want to get you to explain a bit about what you do as a person, then I'm going to dive right into the questions.
Okay, cool. I'm Jasmine Gunn. I'm based in Australia, and I act, model, TV present, and I've just recently wrapped up finishing filming Terminator No Fate. So, in a nutshell.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now, Jasmine. So for my first question, as you mentioned, you're in this film called Terminator No Fate. What can people expect to see from Terminator No Fate?
Well, if you love the Terminator franchise itself, you're going to love the film. It's full of action, suspense, drama, guns, and there's a new Terminator in it. So, yeah, without revealing too much, if you like your activities, this is one to watch. And it's not like the other Terminator films. There is a massive point of difference.
Awesome. What was the experience like filming on set?
It was amazing. I was lucky enough to fill the role. I wasn't expecting to, but one line turned into the lead role in the film, and it was intense. It was we were filming from 4 p.m. in the evening till 4 a.m. in the morning on location, 3 days in a row. So it was a challenge role. But in saying that, I had to put guns together, how to dive for guns, how to shoot guns correctly, a fine art, and it was a challenging role, but I loved it. It was yeah, it was a big learning for me. So
Awesome. So for my next question, Jasmine, so what can people expect to see from your character in Terminator No Fate, of who you're playing, if you can give any brief description of who you're playing?
yeah, so I play Cortez. She is leader of an elite TechCon team, and this team that she's backed up become her family pretty much, and they're sent on a mission by Joanna to find a particular thing. And she's a very determined woman. She is fierce, she's determined, and that's her. She's gonna get where she wants to go in this. So, yeah, she's got this awesome team as well.
Awesome. So for my next question, why should people get into watching Terminator No Fate when it comes out?
I think Karen Williams and Justin Banks, the producers of the film, found a missing element to the franchise. And being huge fans of themselves, they also found the missing, and this was their opportunity to show the missing link and give viewers an insight as to what could have happened and what they see as being, you know, a really exciting in the franchise. So,
Awesome. So for my next question, how did the people come up with the idea of wanting to create Terminator No Fate?
Karen or Kez, Karen Williams and Justin Banks, the producers, they're a huge fans, and they've been brought up watching this film. So I think it was in the works for a while, but when you've got all these great creative minds that come together with all the ideas, I think it just hit them. They put pen to paper. They were talking, you know, days on end, and it just was right in front of them. And this is their opportunity now to learn what their work is all about.
Awesome. So for my next question, Jasmine, who inspired you as a person to get into acting in the first place?
Oh, wow. This is a hard question. Can I say a few people?
Can if you want.
I remember when I was younger, I met Jessica Alba. I do remember Jessica Alba, but back in the day, she had that was a really big series. She was, you know, the girl, and I actually met her in Sydney whilst her fiance was doing an action movie, and basically we were chatting, and she was and so down to, and I thought, wow, if you can be a celebrity, tell stories, and be that grounded and that nice in real life, I would love to be like that. I'd love to be on the big screen and still be a really nice person. And she inspired me, but saying in terms of storytelling, Charlize Theron, just the way she can adapt to different characters and showcase her talent and skills, from Mad Max to Monster, just her endless talent inspires me. Angelina Jolie, her really fierce roles and inspired me as well. So
awesome. So for my next question, what have you learned about yourself during all this COVID stuff?
Oh gosh, a lot. If anything, I've managed to get back into my arts. I used to draw a lot. So yeah, I've set up my downstairs garage into a studio. So I record here now, and I also draw. So if anything, I picked up the pencil and got my creative side. But in terms of family, I spent a lot more time with family, just reconnecting with people I lost contact with. A positive thing in some elements.
Awesome. So for my next question, if you could be in any TV or movie franchise, what would it be and why?
Well, since I've done a lot of stunt work and training for the No Fate film, I have got a bit more motivation to do more of it. So I would love to be part of Marvel, and hopefully one day Guardians of the Galaxy. I would love to work with James. I think his work is amazing. The creativity on each of his movies, and of course the action and special effects, the storylines. There's always a bit of cheeky humor in there. I would love to be part of that.
Awesome. So for my next question, what are the positives and negatives into the acting industry, and how do you get through those negatives?
Positives, work with amazing creative people that have endless talents, and it's really amazing to collaborate with them and just make wonderful projects happen. And you can bounce ideas off each other. They become family. People I've worked with in the past, now I can call them at any second, and they're there to support and motivate me. And I think that family out of acting is amazing. And having that connection with fellow actors is something that you can call them friends for life after a project. The negative things, I've had a chat to a few people about this in the industry. You know, it's hard where you're not going to get every job that you audition or go for, and you can't let that, you know, be a negative thing, or you can't let that bring you down. You just got to keep going on trying. If not that role, go for the next one. Get up, be strong. And the other negative thing, maybe if there was one other negative thing, maybe if we find people are morphing themselves, getting surgery, someone they're not. And I think that that's a negative in the industry. I think if you've got something, work with it, stay true to it. Yeah.
Awesome. So for my very last question, Jasmine, what new projects are you currently working on that you would like to announce on the show?
So I just wrapped filming in Brisbane a demo trailer for a psychological horror film. I don't know how much I can say, but if it's approved, it will be approved for hoping a feature film or a feature film in 2021. So that was an interesting role, very challenging role again. Yeah, I loved it. So that was one project, and I've also got another podcast in the making where I'll be interviewing people from all walks of life who've got positive stories. So during the pandemic, anyone that has story good or anyone's positive stories, I interview them and share it with Australia. So that's in the pipe as well.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Jasmine, for coming onto my show. It really means a lot. Everyone, definitely go support Terminator No Fate when it comes out, and definitely go support Jasmine. She's such an incredible actress, and yeah, definitely go support Jasmine and Terminator No Fate. So.
Why the hell does NORAD have this stuff?
Erickson! Osborne! Aboard!
I know now why you cry, but it's something I can never do.
I'm gonna start crying if there's no more Terminator films out there.
I'll definitely cry.
Guess
if there's no
what?
more Terminator films.
We made one! A Terminator
Yes!
film. Woo!
And it's coming to you guys very soon because we've been working on it now for over a year. It is Terminator No Fate. I'm Kieran Williams, the writer, director, and producer.
I'm Justin Banks. I actor, smattering of other things.
Everything.
Yeah.
And we can't wait to show you guys, so we thought we'd bring you a little behind the scenes and an Easter egg at the end, so stick around for that.
So, Kez, why did we want to make a Terminator film?
So the reason why I want to make a Terminator film was that I was missing out on what I loved about the franchise the most, and that was A, the fear factor, and B, the story. Now, I won't disparage any other filmmakers, but let's just say that T1 and T2 speaks to me the most.
Absolutely, yeah.
And the reason behind that is that it doesn't focus on huge CGI set pieces. It's all about the interaction of these great characters in this unrelenting fear of a Terminator hunting people down. We focus in on one key piece of the puzzle that nobody has even touched on.
Unbelievable. Like we were sitting there and it, you know, it sort of came up and we're just like, how in the Christ has no one ever thought of this before? Like it's there's been six Terminator films with like $100 million budgets, and no one's thought of this one thing that that runs the entire thing. It's just like, wow.
So what we can tell you is that we kick off in 2029. A significant event is just about to happen. So we're following a TechCom team that have been sent on a mission by John Connor, and we follow them into the Dragon's Lair, basically. So they go to a SAC NORAD facility, and there's something there that kicks off the whole thing. What is it? I don't know. But you'll have to watch it to find it.
So guess what, guys? I have not got an Uzi 9mm for you, but we do have something very special for you. Karen, what is it?
And that is, we are proud to announce the release date of Terminator No Fate will be on October 26, 2020, which marks the anniversary of the very first Terminator film. Woo! So October 26, mark that on your calendars, because Terminator No Fate's coming at ya.
Strap yourself in.
Why the hell does NORAD have this stuff?
Erickson! Osborne! Aboard!
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my first guest on my interview show is this incredible actress known by the name of Helena Alexis. She was in the return of this incredible film called The Return of Xander Cage. So I'm about to give Helena an ad into the live now and have a chat with Helena.
Hey.
Hello, Helena.
Hi there, how are you?
Yeah, pretty good. Thank you for coming onto my show, by the way. It means a lot. So what I'm going to get you to do, Helena, to people that don't know who you are, I'm going to get you to introduce yourself and explain a bit about what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Okay, my name is Helena Alexis Seymour. I grew up in Canada and now live in Los Angeles. I've been acting since I was 9 years old, and it doesn't matter how old I am now, but I've been doing it for a long time. And I started out extremely shy and introverted, and so going on stage, I started out dancing and performing in beauty pageants, and that's kind of what evolved now into me getting into show business and modeling and acting. And so it was really like a healing process for me to like just become more extroverted, but now I'm like in love with it, and this is what I chose as my passion. So yeah.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now. So for my very first question, you were actually in this incredible film franchise called The Return of Xander Cage with Vin Diesel in it. What was that experience like, getting to be in that film?
It was a dream come true. Vin Diesel, like when he first came out in the acting scene, I had such a big crush on him. So to be in a movie where I actually got to interact with him and talk to him and all of that was a dream. And of all the people that went for this audition, I'll never forget the amount of girls. It was hundreds of girls. And then when I actually got the call back, it was 6 of us, and none of them were actually at the actual audition except me. The others were like, they were working on set for something else or whatever, and the director remembered them. So I was literally the only one that booked it from the hundreds of girls at that one audition. So I was like, damn, okay. And so it was just it was such a fun experience. And I'm still friends with all the other girls that did book it, because there was like a crew. We were a crew for that movie.
And we're still a crew, and I had the best time on set with him and Vin Diesel and all the girls.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. Back in 2014, you were actually in this incredible other film called Birdman. What was that experience like for you?
Again, unexpected dream come true. Like that was filmed in Montreal. Like I said, I'm Canadian, so I was still living in Canada at the time. And I had this chemistry read for this other television show where I didn't end up booking it, but I happened to be in Montreal at the time because I live like 2 hours away from there. And the casting director that had me on this chemistry knew I was in town and then called me for this last minute audition that she was having for Birdman, which I didn't know who was in it, the director, the actors, nothing. I was like, sure, I'll do it. And so I ended up booking it, going to set, seeing like Michael Keaton's picture in the makeup room. And I'm like, is he in this movie? And the makeup artist is like, oh yeah, I pulled an all-nighter because I will not miss being a makeup artist in this movie with this director and this cast. I'm like, what? Who's in this movie? Why don't I have all this information? Because it was such a last minute booking. So I go on IMDb and the movie's already up there and I see the full cast and the director. I'm like, oh, shoot. Okay, this is a big movie. I'm like really pumped now. And so when it came out, I watched it in theaters. Like it was such an incredible experience. Working with Alejandro Iñárritu was like incredible. He wasn't even watching us. He was filming our scene with his eyes closed. I've never seen a director do that. Just to kind of hear and feel if it was like a good take. So that was an experience I never had. And of course he's won like Oscars because he's so brilliant. Like who would do that? So to be in that movie and to have it won 5 Oscars, like incredible. I'm so happy and grateful for that experience.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. You were actually in this other incredible film called Rulers of Darkness back in 2013, and you played the role of Callie.
Yeah.
What was that experience like for you?
I love that character. Like that's my shadow side character, like in real life. So to tap into my shadow was fun because we hide that in real life. And that audition, again, like these auditions that always end up being super weird, I end up booking because my car like broke down before the audition. And I was going to be late had I not had I was late. I had my dad come and pick me up like 30 minutes and then drive into the audition because I'm not going to miss this audition. Like this character, I'm booking this character. And I ended up booking it. And so I totally just like lived in her so fully. I loved it so much. The director and I are still friends. And it's a really great film. You should actually watch it. I appreciate it now more than I did when it came out. So check it out.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. You're actually in this incredible sci-fi series called Warehouse 13. And you actually played the role of, you actually played an incredible role in Warehouse 13. What was that experience like, getting to be in Warehouse 13?
That is such a cool show. I was a bodybuilder that like we were working out at the gym and then this big monster comes and like tries to attack us. And so having that fake, it was literally a broomstick with like a hat attached to it and we're supposed to look at it like, react to this, it's a monster, ah! So to have that experience for the first time on set, like, yes, I'm so scared of this broom. It was hilarious, but a lot of fun, especially watching it after the fact and the monster that they did superimpose into it. So yeah, I love that show as well, and like all the actors in it. So another dream show that I booked.
Oh yeah,
it's all about manifesting, you know? I feel like if you have, thank you. Yeah. If you have a dream and a dream show, just have it in the back of your mind or like put on your vision board and manifest it. Yeah.
So on to my very next question. You actually played the role of Jessica Wu in this incredible series of Jessica Wu, The Chronicles of Jessica Wu. And she was a vigilante who had autism. And what was it like getting to play a vigilante who had autism and getting to show that side to Jessica Wu?
That I did so much research before the audition. I watched the whole first season because I came in taking over Jessica Wu for season 2. So I watched the whole first season. I did so much research on autism and the spectrum because there's so many different types, different qualities of people that they have. So I tried to just pick little qualities and like my own personal like little like quirks and integrate that into her. And I won the room at my audition. Like all the producers in the room were telling me like, man, after you left, like there was no one else. We had to hide your headshot. I'm like, thank you for that. You know, and I knew everything about them. I did my research on all of them. And so finally like booking it and like being able to film that, I felt so comfortable with everyone and the character and the decisions that I made. And then for us, our show won Vegas Movie Awards, and we just won a New York Film Award yesterday, which I forget the actual name. So our show's doing really well still. And then I won Best Actress in the Vegas Movie Awards, and I was on the Emmy 2018 ballot for Best Actress.
Congratulations on that. And by the way, with the whole mentioning about Jessica Rue having autism, I actually want to say you actually inspired me in this series because I actually have autism myself. So just wanted to bring that up. So yeah.
Wow, yeah. Amazing. You should watch the show if you haven't seen it already.
Oh, man,
It's super
I actually have seen it, and the episodes are incredible. So you guys did a really incredible job.
Thank you.
So good. So on to my very next question. What was your favorite memorable moment about playing the role of Jessica Rue?
I really loved the fight scenes that we were doing. I have a kickboxing hit training like background, and so whenever I found out that she was gonna do her own stunts and we were gonna doing stunt training, I was so pumped for that. Like I've been trying to book something where I can use my skills, and so just being able to train and like use that and then watch the final product and like it just looks like we're really like beating each other, but it's just, you know, obviously stunt work. And so that was my favorite memory and that was my favorite moment, and I wish that we could just train all together again, because all together as a team we work so well together, especially in stunts. But yeah, combat, I love that.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. You were actually in this incredible film called Zombie at 17, and you played the role of Miss Bemstein. I hope I pronounced that right. Yeah. What was that experience like, getting to be in this film?
That character, like, I played a teacher, and so playing a teacher to a high school students was interesting because I'm not that, you know, I'm older, but like, you know, I could still relate to their little high school minds and stuff. So it's kind of weird that I had to like make myself look older. My hair was shorter and all that, but it was still a great experience. I loved it. The girl in the movie, she ended up being a zombie. And so our scene, you have to watch it, I'm not going to give it away, but our scene was kind of really interesting. But yeah, great experience filming that right in my hometown in Ottawa.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. With the whole being in TV series development, you were actually in the CW series called Beauty and the Beast, and you actually played the role of Officer Darla. What was it like actually being in Beauty and the Beast on the CW?
I love that show again. Such a good show. And the actress in that show, what's the main girl's name? She was in Smallville.
Kristen Kirk?
Yeah. Oh, I love her. She's so pretty. And in my episode, we had guest star Lars something. Great actor. I love this guy. And he's hilarious. He's a comedian. So for him to be in my episode, I was like, oh my God, I get to meet you too. This is so much fun. That was one of my favorite shows that I've ever filmed. Again, that was tapping into my shadow side. I'm not going to say the type of character I was, like Officer Darla. Yeah, she's more than an officer. Let's just say that. But that was so much fun. I love those characters. So much fun. And the guys on set made me feel so comfortable. So that was important.
Oh man, Beauty and the Beast was such a fantastic show. Even like, as you mentioned with Kristen Kirk. Kristen Kirk is one incredible and talented actress. And he was great in Smallville.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, she's beautiful too. Beautiful.
Oh yeah. So on to my very next question. Who inspired you as a person to get into acting?
To be honest, no one inspired me to get into it. Like I said prior, it was more of myself just trying to get out of my shyness and realizing that I could do that by performing on stage. Because when I was dancing, that was how I started. Dancing and beauty pageants, I felt like I was supposed to be, you know, this bigger personality. So it was like giving me permission to be louder and, you know, cause a scene or have all attention on me. But when you're in your real life and being loud and causing a scene, it's like, you know, be quiet, be a nice girl. So I love that I can just be free when I was performing. And so that's how I got into acting after I did the beauty pageants and then modeling, and then that kind of just followed. But one of my inspirations as an actor, I love Drew Barrymore, I love Angelina Jolie, and I love Johnny Depp. Favorite.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. What have you learnt about yourself as a person during COVID this year?
Woo. Well, a lot. COVID brought me a couple romantic relationships that taught me a lot about myself, that whipped me into shape, let's just say. And I feel like we have to kind of fall apart so we can rebuild ourselves. And so COVID was a great time to do that, because it's not like we had much else to do. So why not just rebuild ourselves from the inside out? So I appreciate those relationships. Yes, they broke my heart, but again, putting myself back together stronger and better than ever. And with those lessons that they taught me, I'm grateful. So yeah.
So on to my very next question. If you could appear in any TV or movie franchise, what would it be and why?
I want to be on Girlfriends, the TV show Girlfriends on the CW. If they brought that back, that's the show I want to be on. Or have another show where I'm on the show and it's like a Girlfriends style. That's my dream show. I'll tell everybody, anyone, every time. That's my friggin' show. I love that show.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. If you could, so what are the positives and negatives into the acting industry, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
Well, there's a lot of rejection, and they have no heart on why you're being rejected. When I was a kid, I was rejected at an audition because I looked too old for my age. Like I was 10 and I looked 13. They wouldn't even let me into the room. Like, I'm a child, just humor me, or, you know. And I drove 2 hours because I lived 2 hours away from Montreal at the time. And I used to drive to Toronto, which was a 4-hour drive for me too. And sometimes they could be cruel. They'd be like, your nose is too big, your legs are too big, or this is too short, you know? And they'll say it to your face, especially for modeling. Like, it's cruel. For acting, it's just, you know, they'll tell you, or they won't tell you anything. They'll just kind of ghost you and, you know, you didn't book it, on to the next one. So there's a lot of rejection. And if you don't have the confidence and self-esteem and knowing your purpose and knowing what you're supposed to do and continue on the path, it's going to break you down. But if you know this is what you're supposed to do, and you're clear on it, and you're studying, and you're getting better, and you're not going to let this break you down, and if it does, just rebuild yourself, like I said earlier, then you're going to be fine, and you're going to see the doors open. So, you know, there's positive and negatives in everything, though. So for acting, that's what I suggest, is just try and just get away from all the negativity and all the, because that's their opinion. Maybe you're just right for the character. You know, maybe they wanted a blonde when you're a brunette for the character, but there's rejection and everything, and for acting, it's a lot.
Awesome. So on to my very last question. So what new projects do you have installed, like, that you've currently been working on that you would like to announce on the show?
So there are a few that I cannot announce, but there are definitely more, I guess I can say more Jessica Wu things coming. But I won't say exactly what, but there's more Jessica Wu to come. Let's just say that.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Elena, for appearing on my show. It means so much. Any last final thoughts or anything that you would like to say to people?
I'm very grateful to being on your show as well. Thank you so much. And no matter what your passion is, like, just continue to follow it. Like, so many people, especially during COVID, are realizing that they didn't follow their passion before, and now they wish they did, because then they would have something solid of a career and they won't be relying on other sources or like outside businesses or something, you know? Just continue to follow what your heart truly wants. And maybe it'll be tough at first, of course, nothing's easy, but when you get through that and you see the light on the other side, then things will start to show up for you, because this is where you're supposed to be doing anyway. You know, God won't give you a dream in your heart if it's not supposed to come true. That doesn't make any sense.
Autism? Yes, it is a mental condition present from early childhood. It's when you have difficulty communicating and forming relationships with other people.
Make a move against me, I suggest you do it now. Otherwise, you should stay out of my way.
By the way, I'm pink.
Look at the score!
I'm very proud of you. You lead with your mind and your heart.
You're not only a good student, but a better daughter.
Sector 9.
This city is mine. She cannot find out who you are. Kendra's crazy, but she ain't stupid.
I simply love this season.
So for my very last guest for today is this incredible actress known by the name of Shantae Deloach. I hope I pronounced her name right. So she's been in this incredible series on the CW called The Legacies, and she played the Dragon Lady. So I'm about to give Shantae an ad into the live now and have a chat. Here we go.
Hi.
How's it going?
I'm good. How are you? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay, great.
Awesome. So thank you for coming onto my show, by the way. It means a lot.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
What I'm going to get you to do, if you can, to people that don't know who you are, if you can introduce yourself and give a bit of backstory, and then I'll dive right into the questions for you.
Sure. So my name is Shantae Deloach. I'm an actor, writer, producer. I've been living out in Los Angeles for about, since 2011 now. And so, yeah, I moved out here from Arizona to finish college and decided that I wanted to stay and pursue my career in Arizona and wanted to, obviously make something happen in LA. So I've been out here, doing that. I've worked on, various films, web series, television shows, shorts, lots of theater productions. That's where my start is in theater. And got a production company out here with a few friends and colleagues from school. And yeah, so right now, the industry had obviously slowed down for a minute due to COVID. And so, it's definitely kicking back up. So back in the flow of it, back at auditioning again. And yeah, it's been a journey.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now. So for my very first question, so you were actually in this short called Spare Change, and you actually played the role of Brittany. What was the experience like getting to play the role of Brittany in Spare Change?
So that film, I had actually, that was one of my first experiences on a film set. Like I said, I had started in theater. Is that good?
Yeah, feel good.
Okay, great. So sorry about that. So yeah, so Spare Change was one of the first actual films that I've been on. Like I said, I had been primarily doing theater. And so I was really excited, but I was also very nervous. And so it was a production that was actually through the film school at ASU, Arizona State University, that's in Tempe, Arizona. And so, I got to work with a lot of really cool people who I ended up, working with in the future again and again. And I still am friends with some of those people. But yeah, it was an interesting experience. I had a lot of fun on that set.
Awesome. So for my very next question, what was your favorite memorable moment and scene to shoot from Spare Change?
I'm trying to think. Oh, there was a shot where, so the lead character, who I was playing his love interest, I actually hit him with my car. And so I rush out of the car and I have to, I'm overhand, I'm trying to wake him up. And so it was some crazy, so the DP was laid on the ground with the camera up in my face, and I had to like straddle him and like be over the camera and trying to shake this dude awake. So it was pretty, like I said, I was new to filming and I was like, oh wow, this is crazy. You don't ever think of, camera placement like this, and you just don't think about it necessarily when you're watching a film. So I thought that was really cool.
Awesome. So for my very next question, so you were actually in Same Sex, this film, and basically you played the role of Nat. What was that experience like, getting to play the role of Nat in Same Sex?
So I had a lot of fun on that set. That was basically a set that was completely run by women. The lady responsible for it is dope. Is Sophie Webb. She was the writer. She's the writer, director, and she was starring in it. And so Sophie's character is new to LA. She's kind of going through this midlife crisis sort of situation. And so the character of Nat is the best friend of the girl that Sophie's character moves in with, Jen. And so Sophie sort of, through her crisis, decides that she wants to explore dating within the queer community in Los Angeles. And so in the series, you know, Jen and Nat are both queer women. And so, you know, Sophie's character kind of wants to come along for the ride, and just it's chaos because she's a whole mess. And so it was a really fun set to work on. It was a comedy, and so yeah, it was zany. It was a lot of fun.
Awesome. So for my very next question, what was your favorite memorable moment about playing the role of Nat, if there's any that come to mind?
I think the most interesting day on that set was probably the pilot episode of the series, which was it was meant to be a giant party. Jen and Nat take Sophie's character to this huge warehouse party in LA. And so Sophie decided to actually just throw a huge warehouse party in a warehouse downtown. And so it was crazy. It was fun. It was difficult at times. I think our call time that day was like 4 p.m. and we didn't wrap until 5 a.m. I remember walking out to go home, and my car had a flat tire. To like get that taken care of. We were all so exhausted, but that was a pretty awesome shoot. We had a lot of fun.
Awesome. So for my very next question, you were actually in this film called Nights back in 2018, and you played the role of Nicole. What was that experience like, getting to film Nights?
Yeah, so Nights was a really awesome, I'd say, collaborative experience, and something that working on that film, almost, I guess the pre-production aspect of it sort of reminded me of theater a little bit. And so I really enjoyed it. So the director, writer, producer is a friend, John Shorter. And this was like his baby. It's his first film that he was producing, and so he just really wanted to get it right. And so we did so much pre-production for that film, so many tables. I think we did like 4 or 5 table reads. And to his credit, he did such a good job. That cast was really an ensemble. You know, it was about there's the lead character, but you know, it's about the ensemble of those friends who grew up together. And so he did a great job of choosing people and putting us together. We had so much fun. We loved each other so much. The vibe was just really good on set. They were overnight shoots. And so we were exhausted. Like our call time would be like 7 p.m. and we would wrap at 7 a.m. And it was during pilot season. And so we were all auditioning during the day, going to our side jobs, and having to come there at night and shoot overnight for, I think it was 5 consecutive days. But it didn't even matter. Like we were having so much fun. We enjoyed each other's company so much that it was just a really good experience. So we give a lot of credit to John for bringing us all together, and we're all still cool, and it was nice.
Awesome. So for my very next question, you were actually in a Christmas film called A Christmas Love Story. What was that experience like, getting to play the role of Gwen in A Christmas Love Story? And it is Christmas coming up, so what was it like? As I said, what was it like with Christmas coming up and everything, getting to be in a Christmas film?
It was exciting. You know, all of us, I think a lot of people, you know, we watch during this time of year all the Christmas movies on Lifetime and stuff like that, and Hallmark Channel. So getting to be in one, it was the idea of it was so exciting. And so I was actually living and working in Atlanta, Georgia at the time. And so I booked that role while I was there. And so I drove up to North Carolina, which is where they shot it in Charlotte. And so it was just, Sussex is a bit different. It's a lot smaller. It's a lot more close knit. Everybody's just very lovely to work with. It's just a delightful experience. It's a bit different, a little smaller scale than it is in LA. And so it was just, everybody was really welcoming. It was really nice. It was fun. And I got to work with freaking Broadway legend Kristen Chenoweth. Like, that was the top. It was, but everybody on set was great. And it really is how it looks on TV. Yeah, it's just Christmas spirit is everywhere. Christmas decorations everywhere. It was really cute. It was fun to be on that set.
Well, I actually watched the movie this week, and I have to say it was incredible. And you did a smashing job in it. So really proud. Yeah. So for my next question, you were actually in this film called More Than Friends, and you played the role of Eve. What was that experience like, getting to film that?
Yeah, so that one was actually, it was meant to be a web series, and so to preface it, we didn't actually get to finish it. The writer and director, Faith Trammell, I think she was having some difficulty with some other things, so we filmed, I believe it was a couple episodes, but then it's not been released or anything like that. But that was really that was another experience that was really collaborative, and I really liked her take as a director. She really wanted to know our ideas and what we thought about our characters and our relationships to the other people that we were, in relationship with in the web series. And I was playing the love interest of the character of that web series. I cannot remember her name right now. I'm drawing a blank. But she was I believe she was a law student at UCLA, was what the character was. And so it was kind of, I could relate because at the time I had just gotten out of college, and so it wasn't super far removed from, she was she had a lot of similarities to me. But so I had a good time trying to figure that character out, and being on set with everybody and just working through it. It was really enjoyable, and it kind of sucks it didn't get to be finished. I think she had every intention to, and she still might, but I haven't heard anything about it for a couple years now.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. You were actually in this incredible CW series in season 1 of The Legacies, and you actually played the role of the Dragon Lady. What was that experience like, getting to be on this incredible series called The Legacies?
Yeah, so I mean, I was in one episode. It was very, it was just, a co-star role, but I was so excited because I really love the genre of fantasy. And so in that episode, it was a flashback episode, and it was basically somebody in the show that was a series regular on the show was telling a story about dragons, back through history, and how dragons were actually could take human form, and they were very sort of greedy and loved treasure and gold and jewels and all these things. They were constantly pillaging towns for things like this, so they would set a town on fire, go down and take the things they want, and then leave. And so that's kind of what I did. But unfortunately in this episode, they were talking about how they created through magic a monster that eats dragons. And so I destroyed a town with fire, and I got some loot, but I also got eaten by this monsters. A lot of it was just having to use your imagination. A lot of it was done in post on green screen, and so yeah, it was pretty fun. It was I had a great time doing it. I was super excited about that, and I loved how the footage looked after. It was really cool.
So for my very next question, what was it actually like working with Daniela Russell and Matthew Davis, who played a Lark in Legacies?
Oh, everybody, I will say that is one of the most welcoming sets I've ever been on, was Legacies. Everybody was so nice. Everybody was really laid back. Everybody just wanted to help. Everybody just wanted the vibe on that set was honestly like probably top 5 sets I've ever been on. It was just so lovely. And I was kind of bummed to just have the be a character that was only going to show up once, because I would have loved to work on that set over and over. Everybody was just great.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. Because it's a Vampire Diaries spin-off and everything, I have to ask, who would be your favorite Vampire Diary brother that you liked from the Vampire Diaries series, Stefan or David?
Oh my God, I feel so unprepared because I have to say I didn't really watch the Vampire Diaries. I can imagine the three leads in my head, but I don't know their names. I'm sorry. Boo, I'm sorry.
Well, actually, to tell you a story, my friend, he's a really good mate of mine. He's actually appeared in The Legacy Season 2. His name is Charles Terrier, and he was actually he played the role of Chad in Season 2. So if you ever watch Season 2 of Legacies, he's a brilliant actor, and yeah, definitely check out Chad on The Legacies.
Okay, for sure. That's awesome.
Yeah. So on to my very next question. Who inspired you as a person to get into acting?
It wasn't necessarily a person. The only reason I ever did anything on stage at all, I was, I think I was in 6th grade, and growing up, I was very, very, very shy, like painfully shy. And I was forced to take drama class. I didn't want to do it. I had to do it. And when I had to get up and, do scenes and stuff like that, and I actually found that when I was doing that, I wasn't really nervous. It was, I felt like I could actually use my voice when I was there, as opposed to real life when I was just, always really quiet. And so that kind of like sparked something in me. And then I didn't really get back into acting at all until high school. And then I was in the theater program all 4 years, and then decided after high school, that's what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to, go to college for. That's what I wanted to pursue professionally. And so that's kind of how that went. I will say the film that made me, I think, that inspired me and made me want to be an actor was Jurassic Park. Brilliant. I love Jurassic Park so much. It's so exciting. And I think for that reason, I really do enjoy working on action projects that require action and combat, stuff like that. It's so exciting to me. It's so much fun. And that movie just is like a wild ride. And I always cite that movie as one of my favorites, because it's got everything.
So on to my very next question. What have you learned about yourself as a person during COVID this year?
Whoa, okay. I think I will say that COVID, and I do want to preface this by saying that it's like, I realize this wasn't everybody's experience, and a lot of people fell ill this year. A lot of people lost their lives, so I don't want to diminish that in any way. But for me personally, it definitely gave me the opportunity to slow down. I'm a I think naturally very go type of person. And then I'd say almost to a fault, just kind of like, it's hard for me to sit down sometimes. And then on top of having this as a career, and at times having to have side jobs, I've always kind of got, there are so many moving parts in the career of an entertainer. And so I think you just get so used to going and not really stopping and doing an assessment of self and all of this. And I've really just had the opportunity to like breathe and take a break. And I've been doing this for over a decade, and I realized when the industry like screeched to a halt that I had never taken it since I'd started pursuing this professionally. I'd never taken a break. I'd never been able to just sit down and and take a breath and just be with myself for so long. And that's really what I've taken away from it. And I feel like it's been such a benefit to my life to just be able to relax. And it's helping me with the way that I am when I'm busy now, that it's not so much running around like a chicken with my head off. There's structure to it. And I'm relearning how to structure my life. There's been so much downtime. So as things are amping up in terms of me being busy, I'm finding that it's a bit easier for me to handle it.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. If you could be in any TV or movie franchise, what would it be and why?
I would have to say at this point, I've got two, I think. So Lovecraft Country. I don't know if you've been watching that, but if you haven't, check it out. Watch it. It's so good. It's amazing. It's another one of those shows that's got everything. It's so great. And True Detective. I would love to be in a season of True Detective. Like I said, I really enjoy the action aspect of making films, but I also there's so many layers to both of those shows. There's always so many other things going on. It just feels like they both feel like well-rounded shows to be on as an actor. Like you would feel so fulfilled by that work. And so those are my two right now.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So what are the positives and negatives into the acting industry, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
Do you say the positives and negatives?
Yes.
So I'll start with the negatives so I can round it up with the positive stuff. I think, of course, there is the crippling rejection. No, I'm kidding. But the rejection that it becomes a part of your life, and you learn how to deal with it. But there are certain times that it all kind of catch up to you at once, and it can weigh on you sometimes. And I think the other aspect of that is sort of the uncertainty sometimes of working in the entertainment industry in general. It's gig work. And so kind of not knowing, even after you finish a great job, you don't necessarily know when you're going to work again. And so it's really required to develop so much belief in yourself and faith that you are going to work again, and that this is going to work out in your favor. And the flexibility of, I think, kind of taking things as they come and not boxing yourself off in such a way that you're not keeping your mind open about what your career can be, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I think the positives are, you're getting to be creative all the time. You're getting to, the opportunity to work on projects that people are going to watch on TV and, watch in the theaters, hopefully again at some point. And in particular, the stage, working in theater, where it's this exchange of energy between you and the audience. And to me, there's nothing like it. And it's just, I feel very blessed to get to do that. And that, this is my job.
Awesome. So on to my very last question. So what new projects do you have installed after COVID that you would like to announce on the show?
So I'm getting ready to shoot a short film called Dirty 30 with one of my friends. And that is actually being filmed this weekend. And so we'll be working on that with COVID restrictions in place, of course, definitely. Through the union, everything is set up to be as safe as possible. And my friend and I just recently started a podcast called Six Forever, and that explores true crime and mysterious happenings in communities of color around the world. And so we actually just dropped a new episode today, and we're having a lot of fun with that. So that's we're excited about that.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much for appearing on my show, Shantae. It means so much. Everyone definitely go give Shantae the amazing and incredible support. She's one incredible and amazing actress. So definitely go give her the amazing support. Any last final thoughts or anything that you would like to say to people?
Just everybody that tuned in, thank you so much. And thank you to you for reaching out to me. And this was such a cool opportunity. And just everybody, take care of yourselves out there while all of this craziness is going on, and just much love to everybody. Thank you.
All right, it's coming back. Now what?
You should take cover.
Like hell.
Then tell me how I'm gonna explain to your daughters that all that's left of you is hot ash.
The dad card? That's a low blow.
Animbris, anima vestra contrutiro mortem.
Where did you come from? Why do you want this so badly? What's so special about it? Say something.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for today's guest is this incredible actress known by the name of Jasmine Hester, who has been in the series The Last Ship, and she has also been in the film The Chronicles of Jessica Wu as the character Sarah. So I'm about to give Jasmine an ad into the live stream now and have a chat with Jasmine. Hi Jasmine.
How are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. Thank you for coming on to my show. It means a lot, Jasmine, with you coming onto my show. So what I'm going to get you to do, if you can, I'm going to get you to introduce yourself and explain a bit about what you do as a person, and then I'll dive right into the questions.
All right. So hello, I'm Jasmine Hester. I am an actress, a director, and producer. When I'm not in front of the camera, I'm usually directing. That's like my passion. Well, acting's my passion, but I'm either doing one or the other. And just making projects happen. Well, you know, however I can make that happen. So that's me.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now, Jasmine. So for my very first question, you were actually in this series called The Last Ship, and you played the character of IT1. What was that experience like for you?
It was a lot of fun. I'm actually a Navy brat. My dad retired from the Navy, so it was really cool to play IT1 because that's a communications ranking in the military, and that was my my role. I was working with comms, so it was kind of fun to like go over the script with my dad and like share the like I had like behind the scenes photos and things with him, and like compare like what's like real, you know, like what actually happens, because he would know. But it was really fun. It was a lot of fun. Like their whole set is like a giant playground. It just has like helicopters and cruisers and ships, and it's crazy. But it was a lot of fun.
Awesome. So for my very next question, Jasmine, so you were also in this incredible film called Chronicles of Jessica Wu, and you played the character of Sarah. What was that experience like for you?
I love that. Like, it's one of my favorite projects that I've gotten to be a part of. We had 2 seasons. We're gearing up for another part. But it's been so amazing. I got to play around with accents because my character is actually British. And my character is a weapons specialist, so it's a lot of fun working with everybody and just, you know, being, you know, it's nice to be away from the like damsel in distress kind of roles. So my character just kind of takes charge, and I think it's fun to like play that. So
awesome.
Yeah.
So for my very next question, what was your memorable moment about playing the role of Sarah?
Probably the fight scenes. We have quite a few fight scenes throughout the series, and for us, we decided to shoot all the fight scenes in one day. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea, but I thought it was time effective. But it was like a 14-hour, just very grueling day. But it was a lot of fun. We got a lot of work done, a lot of battle wounds, but I felt like it made us all like grow closer together. So it was nice. Like we are the Jessica Wu. We are a family essentially. So it brought us together. So
awesome. So for my very next question, you were actually in the series of Blackish, and you played the role of Sarah. For the role of Cheryl, sorry. And what was that experience like, getting to play the role of Cheryl in the Blackish series?
that was actually my first guest star on a television show, and Blackish is such a big, like, popular, heavily awarded show, so it was so amazing to be a part of it. I was really nervous because my main interactions were with Lawrence Fishburne, and he's like a veteran, he's legendary, so I was nervous. But I think he probably sensed that, because he did like pull me aside and tell me like, hey kid, it's comedy, have fun, relax. And I think him telling me that helped me to breathe and have fun. And I did. I had a blast. Everyone at Disney and ABC, they're really nice, really sweet people. So yeah.
Awesome. So for the very next question, you were actually in the film called Monsters, and you played Allah.
Yeah.
What was that experience like?
That one was more personal because my friend Chayu, her, myself, Alicia, Rebecca, we had some downtime and we wanted to have a chance to play characters we haven't had a chance to play yet. So we were just writing, and Chayu wrote this amazing script, and she let me be a part of it. And I never really get to play, I play drama, but I don't really get to play weaker characters or more heavily emotional characters. So that was a stretch for me, but it was fun. It was a good challenge, and I welcomed it, and I loved how it turned out. I'm really, really pleased with the results of it. So
awesome. So for my very next question, who inspired you as a person to get into acting in the first place?
I think I've always wanted to, since I was little. I was kind of backwards because I read a lot of books as a child. And so I had my TV shows that I liked, but I would actually spend more time picking characters out of the book that I was reading and acting that out. I think as I got older, or a little older, I still good, but Angela Bassett's one of my favorite all-time actresses ever, and I saw her performance in What's Love Got to Do with It, the Tina Turner biopic, and she was just amazing, and I couldn't take my eyes off of her. And I guess that was just that moment of hey, what I'm doing with my books and these characters and stuff, I want to do that. I want to do what she's doing, so I think it all kind of came together that way, so she's amazing. I would die if I could work with her. So
awesome. So for the very next question, what have you learned about yourself as a person during COVID this year?
This year has been really crazy, I think, for everybody. For me personally, I think I've learned to separate my decisions as far as being able to knowing when to think with my mind and when to think with my heart. Learning how to remove emotions out of certain decisions, because I do think that sometimes we let our emotions cloud our judgment, and sometimes we make rash decisions. And so I think it's, a lot of time to myself has taught me to be slower to speak and slower to act. And it's less anxiety that way. So I think that's probably one of the biggest lessons that I've learned this year in a lot of my alone time. So.
Awesome. So for my very next question, if you could be in any TV or movie franchises, what would it be and why?
So I've been trying to get on How to Get Away with Murder, because Viola Davis is also another heavy hitter, like legendary person that I absolutely love. But I love that. I mean, I actually think they're filming their last season. I think they're done. But I would love to be a part of something like that, because I love their storytelling. I love the way that it's shot. I love that every character is involved in the plot. Like, and you have to keep guessing. They keep you on your, like, the edge of your seats. And I don't know. It's really good writing. Like, Shonda Rhimes did an amazing job. So that's probably, if I could choose anything, it would be that show. But since it's ending, something like it. So.
Awesome. So for my very next question, what are the positives and negatives into the acting industry, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
Positives, I feel like, I mean, I get to do what I love. I get to have fun. I get to link up with other like-minded people. I get to travel. I just, actually in August, we were in the Virgin Islands shooting, and that was an amazing experience. And I mean, it opens up a lot of doors and opportunities for me. So I guess that's definitely a huge positive. The negative side, I think, you know, as most people know, there's a lot of politics that come into play in the industry. And, you know, it's one of those things where you just got to take the good with the bad. You know, for me personally, I think the way I deal with knowing that there's politics, I feel I just use my own mantras, like what's for me is for me, and like what role that's meant for me won't pass me by. So I just stick to what I know, and I just stay focused, and I try not to be distracted by all of the static of it. You know, just focus on why I'm here and why I'm pursuing this, and it's because I love this. This is what I know I'm meant to do. So that's probably what I want.
Awesome. So for my very next question and last question, what new projects do you have installed after COVID that you would like to announce on the show?
So I have 2 films that I just wrapped up. One is called Glitch, and the other one is called The Samoan. They're going to give us the release dates at some point, but I'll make sure you know. And I start filming another film, and now I'm like forgetting the name of it, but I start tomorrow. And Anonymous Killers is a feature film that's out on Amazon Prime or Apple TV. And you can follow them on Instagram as well, Anon Killers. And they're having their Chicago premiere tonight. So I'm in Los Angeles, so I won't be there, but it's a really good, especially now, you know, it's Halloween. So it's a good film to watch and have fun with. So yeah, that's what's going on.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Jasmine, for appearing on my show. It means so much that you actually came onto my show. Everyone, please give Jasmine the amazing and incredible support. She's one truly incredible and amazing actress, and definitely go follow her projects. Any last final thoughts or anything that you'd like to say to people?
Just, you know, I know it's a crazy year. I said that earlier, but just, it'll get better. It has to get better. We can only go up from here. So whatever it is, just keep your head up and we'll get through it together.
Autism? Yes. It is a mental condition present from early childhood. It's when you have difficulty communicating and forming relationships with other people.
Make a move against me, I suggest you do it now. Otherwise, you should stay out of my way.
By the way, I'm pink.
Look at the score.
I'm very proud of you. You lead with your mind and your heart. You're not only a good student, but a better daughter.
Oh, Sector 9.
This city is mine. She cannot find out who you are. Kendra's crazy, but she ain't stupid.
I simply love this season.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for tonight's guest is this incredible actor known by the name of Ross Bane. He's been Tommy Oliver in the rated R fan film of Power Rangers. So I'm about to give him an ad into the live now and have a chat with Ross. Hey Ross.
Hey, Jacob, how are you doing?
Yeah, pretty good.
Where in the world are you?
Australia.
Oh, whereabouts?
In Brisbane.
Oh, right, okay. How's
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, it's pretty good. So what I'm going to get you to do, Ross, if you can introduce yourself and explain a bit about what you do as a person, and then I'll dive right into the question.
Okay. Well, I'm Russ. Russ Bane from Scotland originally. And as a person this year, I mostly look after my child. I live in a rural part of England, and yeah, given the nature of the year for everyone, it's been pretty domestic. Just kind of wife and kid. Not a huge amount to report on 2020, other than what you already know.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now, Russ. So for my very first question, you were actually in this series called Hannah, and you played a CIA officer. What was that experience like for you?
Well, it was a lot of fun because they film in Budapest. The actual job itself was cool. Yeah, I mean, I haven't actually haven't seen the series, but it was a fun project to be part of for sure. Yeah, I seem to remember it was Officer Sanchez, I think was the name of the guy. So it implies it's sort of Mexican American. I'm clearly not, but it was fun to try and do that role. And I think that my scene was with the girl that plays Hannah. So that was nice, and she was very talented. And yeah, I really liked the show The Killing, and the people from The Killing. The two leads in the American version of that show were in the in Hannah as well. So that was really cool to get to work with them.
Awesome. So for my next question, you were actually in this other series called Casualty, and you played two characters. You played Lee, and then you played Bill. What was that experience like for you?
Oh yeah, it was great. Yeah, it was a long time apart. I think the first one was maybe, I don't know, like 2007 or something. Can't quite remember, but it was a while ago. So yeah, obviously the audience are unlikely to remember the character, but yeah, that's really nice. I just actually did do that at the beginning of this year, like February, just before lockdown, and yeah, it was great. You know, it films in Wales, and everyone that works on it's really nice. And you know, you kind of, the older you get, the more you kind of value just working with nice people rather than like necessarily the buzz you'd get off of a slightly bigger job, you know. But it was really cool.
Awesome. So for my very next question, Ross, so you were actually in this film trilogy called Mission Impossible Fallout, and you actually played a British agent. What was that like, being in the Mission Impossible franchise?
Yeah, I mean, really fun experience. I think I auditioned for it about 4 times or something. They had all sorts of different roles. You know, a lot of roles. So there was yeah, there was loads of the audition process, quite long, and then in the end they just offered me, I think it was 2 days work of doing. I mean, it wasn't a very big or exciting role, to be totally honest, but the being on the set, and you know, obviously, I got to meet Tom Cruise and things, were very nice, and yeah, it was cool. It was like, I mean, I wish I could tell you a more exciting story about that particular job, but you know, basically sitting in a car late at night, little next to a bridge in London. That was about it. Wasn't a lot for me to do on that job.
Awesome. So the next question, you were actually in Castle, and you actually played the role of Bruno Torres. What was that experience like for you?
Yeah, that was great. I think that was I lived in America at the time, and it was my first job on American television, and it was quite a different experience. And just I think the sort of size of an American studio where they're filming and all that kind of stuff was quite almost a bit daunting. And all the other actors are American, I think. But yeah, it's great. It's a really popular show. I think it shows worldwide, and sometimes I still get residuals from it, so I think it was a good job to get. But yeah, that was a fun role as well. I think they wanted someone who could be like Gordon Ramsay, the chef, and they asked me to do that. I was able to do it. So yeah, it's cool.
Awesome. So for my next question, you were actually in this other series called Snatch, and you actually played a character called Lawrence. What was that experience?
Oh yeah, it was that was really fun. It was filmed in Manchester in England, and just wet, and but that was really cool. I'm Scottish originally, and it was playing a Scotsman. I always enjoy, and yeah, it was really cool. There was I think the lead guy on the show was in Harry Potter, so my nephews who like that were kind of into that. Yeah, I remember it's the remake of it's a TV remake of the film. I don't know how faithful it is to the film, but yeah, it was really cool. It was fun. Just did I think 2 or 3 episodes. I can't remember.
Awesome. So for my very next question, you were actually in a Power Rangers rated R fan film, and you got to play the greatest Tommy Oliver, who was kind of retired in this film of Power Rangers, and who lost the death of Kimberly. What was that experience like, getting to play Tommy Oliver, a unique character from Power Rangers?
Yeah, that was very sort of surreal, really, when it came out. I think I'm just my generation, my age group is probably just a bit too old for Power Rangers when it was like huge. But I know it's got like a unbelievable following still. And I remember when it came out, there was some people that were really excited about it, and like got a lot of reviews, got great reception. I think there was like I think maybe like went viral or something. There's a lot of views online, and then but I think there were some people that weren't so keen on the fact that it would kind of it wasn't like the original kids show. Obviously it was a very different kind of film, the R-rated thing. And I'm not sure if people loved. I think some people wanted to see the original Tommy Oliver. So I think it maybe divided the fan base. I'm not sure, but that was just so much fun, that job. I think it was maybe a week or something filming, but it's hard work, really fun. The director's pretty amazing and really talented. So I've been with him a few times, and yeah, really enjoyed it. It's really fun experience. That like a lot of energy required, and fight scene. It was done properly, training.
Awesome. So for my next question, what was your favorite memorable moment about playing Tommy Oliver?
Favorite memorable moment playing? I probably like there was a quite a big fight scene with the guy that's playing the character. And can you hear me all right? Sorry.
Yeah.
That's cool. And yeah, that was like I think that was like at 3 a.m. or something. And there's the kind of more complex stuff was done by a stunt person, like running up walls and things like that. I'm not quite capable of that, but the yeah, it was that was quite memorable. I remember being like pretty exhausted. I think it was right on the last night of the shoot. The only other thing I remember about that, really, to be honest, was someone putting one of those fake contact lens things in your eye, which was like someone putting sandpaper in your eye or something. I hated it.
Awesome. So for my next question, what was the stunt work? You mentioned about the fight scenes. What was the stunt work like while filming for the Power Rangers rated R?
Well, they did quite a lot of work before the shoot, and there was a guy that they hire a guy in to kind of, you know, and use his guys, and you go into this kind of studio with all sorts of stunt equipment and flash mats and all that stuff, and you just learn a bit of sword fighting and learn all the moves. It's really just like a dance, you know, it's choreographed, and so you're just kind of learning the dance moves and trying not to go wrong, because obviously it's, you know, got a sword and whatever, or you've got some kind of weapon. So yeah, the stunt work for me was like fairly. It's always like, I think they prepare you more before when you actually go on set, and there's always someone there to kind of take over, and you know, like if you can't do it, we always like to give things a try. You know, it's part of the fun. So like I'm somewhere in the middle. I suppose. I certainly don't do all the stunts, but you know, certainly give it a go.
Awesome. So for my next question, what was it like working with Katie and James Van, who played Kimberly and Rocky in the film? Yeah, what was it like working with them?
Oh, it was really cool, lovely experience. You know, I wasn't aware of Katie before I met her, but then when I started the job, I realised that she was kind of really big person in the sci-fi community because of Battlestar Galactica. And so yeah, good. Always like good to watch people. I mean, by that point, I hadn't done, you know, nearly as much of sort of regular television as those guys. So you know, you're kind of always watching what they do, and you know, I find they look very kind of relaxed and not nervous. And yeah, it was a good experience. I didn't do much directly with them. You know, like didn't have much dialogue with them really, but it was it was a really nice experience.
Awesome. So for my next question, if you're Tommy Oliver, any top 5 Ranger team members from any like season of Power Rangers, who would your Tommy Oliver want on your team?
Who would
Who would your Tommy Oliver want on your team? Why?
Who would my Tommy Oliver want if I was to choose another Power Ranger?
Yeah.
From
any season.
I think he's called Austin St. John. Is that his name?
Yep. Yeah.
Him.
Awesome. Jason, good old Jason. So for my very next question, so with the whole Power Rangers and stuff, what would be your favorite season of Power Rangers in general?
I really wish I could give you a more professional answer, but I don't know. I didn't. I missed it when I was a kid. Like I was too old. I'm too old for it. I wish I could give you a better answer. I remember it being like, yeah, my nephew's like 15 years younger or something, and so they were really into it. But don't know, man. I'm sorry.
No, you're all good. You're all good. Just thought I'd do some testing with your knowledge.
Look one up. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It's all good. So for my very next question, what have you learned about yourself during COVID this year?
About myself? That's a good question. Yeah, probably learned that. I actually learned that I'm better in my own company than I think I am. Like I kind of prior to COVID, I'd always kind of be the type of person that would panic about, you know, if I see a big void of time where I'm not going to see anyone, I'm just going to be on my own, then I kind of think, oh, I've got to arrange something to do and all that. But to be honest, like, I kind of enjoyed being given the permission to be a bit isolated and a bit lazy and kind of be at home a lot. Yeah, it's been all right, you know, in that regard. So I've kind of learned that I'm better on my own than I was when I was younger. I think when I was younger, I probably struggled, you know, mentally with like having too much time on my own and in my own head, thinking thoughts and all that. But now I feel a little bit more comfortable to wake up and know that, yeah, you know, maybe I'll just go for a walk by myself, or that's kind of a nice thing to learn. Like it's the benefit of getting older, I guess. I turned 40 during COVID, the lockdown, and yeah, it feels like it's that part of life gets easier as you get older, you know.
Awesome. So for my very last question, Russ. So what new projects or anything do you have installed like after COVID or anything that you can announce on the show?
I don't know. Right, like this year's been bit of a write-off, you know, in that regard. Like, but right before I came on to speak to you, I got an email saying that I wasn't going to be getting something because there was a project that I thought I had a chance of, and I was really excited. There's a film that I was attached to that's a British independent film. I don't know if that's going to get made now or not. You know, things, I think TV is picking up now, but film is kind of maybe a little bit slower to get back on its feet. So we'll see. At the moment, I'm doing a lot of voice work. That's kind of what I keep myself busy with and what pays our rent, you know. But hopefully something will come soon. There's a couple of I'm auditioning tomorrow for something actually, which is a TV show that's written by people that wrote a show called The Missing, which is really popular here. And so yeah, fingers crossed, but I don't know. Hopefully have something to talk about next.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Ross, for appearing on my show. It's been such a pleasure. Any last final thoughts or anything that you would like to say?
No, just thanks for the interest, and yeah, I think it's really great that you guys are kind of, you know, doing stuff like this, and it's really cool. I think when I was younger, I'd have loved, not that I'm a great person to talk to, obviously, but I'd love the opportunity to talk to actors or people that that I was interested in. That's great that you guys do that stuff. So good luck to you.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show. So basically today's guest on my interview show is this incredible actress known by the name of Ainsley Ross. So I'll be giving her an invite now into the live stream, and here we go.
Hello all, hey!
Hello, how's it going?
It is going wonderful, how are you?
I'm pretty good, thanks.
Good.
Okay, so I'll get you to explain a bit about yourself and what you do and stuff.
Of course. So, hello everyone. Thank you for tuning in. It is an honor to be here on the Galaxy Man Show. My name is Ainsley Ross. I am an actress, stuntwoman, international artist, singer, songwriter, as well as speaker, director, and just a jack of all trades.
Awesome. So we'll get into the questions. For my first question, who inspired you into creating music and into the acting industry?
Honestly, I've always had a love for the industry in general. Ever since I was little, I was a little songbird running around the house. And it didn't really, I didn't really just look up to one person. And there wasn't just really one person that struck that love. That love for the arts was just already there. And I knew that I wanted to embrace a positive message. And I didn't see, a lot of positive role models at the time. So I guess that inspired me to want to become one.
Awesome. And so for my next question, what was it like creating We Are One?
Yes. We Are One is a song that right now more than ever is so close to my heart. We Are One is a song that no matter your ethnic background, your cultural views, your political views, your religion, it's been about putting all that aside. And in writing that song, that was the sole message I wanted to convey and portray, that we all have love to give. You know what I mean? And we all can use that to bond together and just be one. So We Are One started like that, and I wanted to incorporate Latin, R&B, and pop, showing you if we can merge all of these and combine all of these as artists, we can just as easily do that as people.
Awesome. And so for my next question, what was the experience like? You were in this film, in this series, in the sci-fi series called Exploration Day.
Yes.
What was that like?
That was so fun. It was so epic to be a part of that project, and Sailing Pig Productions were just an amazing production company. But really being a part of that was awe-inspiring. We had so much fun on set. We were a family on set. We were doing stunt scenes where we had Yoshi was my stuntman I worked with. I'll never forget it. We had this big blow-up mat to where he ran and he tackled me in the desert, and it was so fun being a part of that project and doing a stunt scene with a crowbar. I got to knock somebody out with a crowbar. That was great.
Awesome. So for my next question, what was it like creating your website launch, and what new projects do you have installed after COVID?
Yes. So first of all, I hope everyone listening is safe and sound in the midst of all of these scenarios going on, especially during COVID. I hope everyone's staying safe. Creating this website, I couldn't have done it without my amazing team. Sandy Lowe, Aubrey Cohort, my family, the support system, and the roots of the website was just something that has been in the making for a long time, especially this new brand launch and just really showing everyone what it's like behind the scenes in a variety of different areas, you know, music, stunts, all of that. So that was very important to me, very important to me. And new projects coming up, a new brand launch. I will be launching my own brand in 2021. There's a lot of new music upon the horizon, as well as a book in 2021. So I can't say the name of any of that stuff, but.
Awesome. Well, can I just say congratulations on your website, by the way. Yeah, truly inspirational. I've had to actually look at it, and it's incredible. So I just want to say congrats on that.
Thank you so much.
So good. And so for my next question, what artists would you like to work with in the acting industry and music-wise?
There's a lot. There's many. I would have to say for sure, I've said it a million times, Hugh Jackman. He's a jack of all trades. He's great at voiceover. He's great at action. He is great at, like I said, musicals, everything. So it'd be a true honor to work with him.
Yes, you're back.
Good. We've had some awful weather here today. It's been thunderstorming outside and a lot of crazy stuff. So the storm just finished. Anyways, but yes, like I said, I wanted to thank all my team, Marcy, you know, from Lasting Legacy, Sandy, my mom, my everyone. They've been the root. But I would for sure say Hugh Jackman, most especially, is the person that I would love to work with for all of those reasons I've already stated. And he's a very morally grounded individual from what I've been able to tell.
Awesome. So for my next question, what TV and movie franchises would you like to be in if you could?
I would love to be in Marvel. Marvel is right up there for me since I am a stunt woman and I love martial arts and I love acting. It would just be blending my two favorite worlds together into one. And I love the products that they produce. I love the storylines. I'm a big comic fiend as well, and I'm all into the superhero world and aspect of things. So that would be a dream role for me right there.
Awesome. So for my next question, what advice would you give someone wanting to get into the music and acting industry?
Yes. Honestly, I would have to say remain humble and work hard. You are going to get more no's in this industry than ever before. Way more than yeses, but it just makes that one yes that much sweeter. So apply yourself, work at your craft, look at YouTube, research whatever that art is for you, whether it's music, like I said, acting, stunts. Do your research and believe in yourself. And remember that you are your own worst critic, but you have the option. Are you going to be a dream chaser or are you going to be the dream catcher, as I like to say? And choose to be the dream catcher. And remember that you can always learn something. We don't know it all.
Awesome. So for my next question, with the positives and negatives, how do you get through those negatives in your opinion?
Yeah, I really like that question because it's very relatable. There was a time that, you know, obviously when I wasn't as seasoned in the industry and I was starting off and, you know, I was starting off with basic auditions, I was nervous. You know, you walk in there, your hands sometimes shake a little. And in going through that process and getting turned down so many times, at first you can let it get to you. You can be upset because you put your heart and your soul. Every time you go to an audition, it's like an interview. You put your heart and soul into it every time. So when you get that no, I would say it's okay to be sad, but you can't waller in your sadness. You have to allow it to propel you in knowledge and propel you in confidence rather than defeat. And sometimes it takes a minute to learn that. And I've learned that, you know what? I had to go in with a mindset of redirecting, being like, you know what? I'm happy for that person who booked that role over me or got that job over me because I want the same person to be happy for me one day if that was me instead of them. You know what I mean? So be happy for their success and know that yours is right around the corner if you apply the proper knowledge and learning into it. So it's about being an overcomer and allowing that to propel you to want to be better and want to get really great at your craft.
Awesome. Well, for my last question, I have a sneaky last question.
All right.
So you do martial arts. What is the meaning behind martial arts for you?
Oh, deep. Okay. I love martial arts for so many different reasons. So I'll just narrow down a couple. For me, I got into martial arts, officially traditional martial arts of Taekwondo, when I was 9 years old, and I attained my first degree black belt over the course of like many years. Martial arts is just an outlet for me of self-expression. It taught me what leadership is. It taught me what respect is. It taught me what self-love was and what that looks like. Most people think when you get into martial arts or stunts or mixed martial arts, you know, it's just a surface level basis of, you know, it looks cool, right? You want to do it because it's cool or it's flashy. For me, it's always been that outlet, and it taught me, it taught me the, you know, how to be a team, how to work together as a team. And I've carried over those life skills such as teamwork, like I said, leadership, being very poised and very presented, and being transparent. It taught me all of those things so I could carry it over into where I'm at now. And life skills, it's pure life skills at its finest. So martial arts is everything to me. It's my outlet of self-expression that turned into a hobby that is now a career. So
awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Ainsley, for appearing on my show. It means so much. Everyone definitely go give Ainsley Ross the amazing support. Definitely go check out her incredible projects that she's in. And yeah, definitely go give Ainsley the amazing support that she needs. And yeah, thank you. As I said again, thank you for coming onto my show, it means so much. And yeah, thank you so much.
You know what? Once more, thank you so much for having me. Thank you everyone who's listening below. Hello to all. I know I haven't been able to comment to each of you throughout this interview because I wanted to be present. But thank you for having me on, and I really enjoyed all of your questions. They were so great, and I loved how transparent they were, and I really looked forward to this interview, so I'm happy we got the opportunity to do it and make it happen.
Here we go, every single day, trying to make a path, trying to find a way. Refraction and dispersion taking place in your life, created a reaction so others could see light. We are all one, you know.
We are one, wanting to be whole.
We are one, wanting to be whole.
Needing love deep inside our soul. We are one, wanting to be whole.
We are one, wanting to be whole.
Needing love deep inside our soul. Contemplation, aggravation, we need some conversation. It's a new generation making changes in a nation.
Change it up.
Letting go of all the hatred confines us, divides us. It's a new generation making changes in a nation.
Change it up.
Letting go of all the hatred that confines us, it divides us. We are one, wanting to be whole.
Wanting to be whole.
Needing love
deep inside our soul.
We are one, wanting to be whole. Needing love, yeah.
Deep inside our soul.
Through the fire and the rain, the trials that you're facing, keep your head up high, it's gonna be alright. Turn around, things will turn around. Hey, time is racing, don't be fading every situation. Don't escape it, just embrace it. Just slow down.
You are one, I am one, we are one. You are one, I am one, we are one.
We are one, wanting to be whole.
We are one, wanting to be whole.
Deep inside our soul. We are one, wanting to be whole.
We are one, wanting to be whole.
Deep inside our soul.
We got love. Red, brown, joined together to make it right. We are one, wanting to be whole. We are one.